Parece mais um trabalho pra mim. Cadê você?
Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui.
O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle.
Ai, que burra!
Deixa comigo!
Tem que sair daqui!
Ei, é perigoso aqui, vai!
Ah, não! Tudo bem, eu tô bem aqui!
Lata velha! Você ainda tá aqui? Vai! Anda, foge.
Mas... Eu vou te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói,
De um herói, um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer um fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui!
Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo!
Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Last time, we talked about hero design. In this Dev Talk, let's take a look at the stage upon which Honor of Kings heroes perform, the Hero's Gorge. We aim to provide a fun and enjoyable gaming experience in the Gorge, employing the visual design of the map and different battlefield mechanics to continuously deliver opportunities for players to feel the joy of competitive fighting. To this end, we are always seeking answers to these questions. What features do players enjoy most? How can we make a MOBA map rich and interesting? Speaking of the visual design of the Gorge map, we use 3 principles: clarity, uniqueness, and balance. Clarity means that the environment itself clearly conveys the battlefield information relevant to MOBA combat. From the very beginning of a match, the natural environment and special effects change, guiding the players along their lane. After defeating the Clash Lane's teleportation flower, players can teleport to the center of the other side of the river, allowing them to roam and provide support more quickly. Textures on the ground help to show the attack range of the crystals and the towers, the movement range of jungle monsters, and more. Uniqueness means that the Gorge is based on the unique world of Honor of Kings, integrating multiple cultures and their special traits and symbols to create a one-of-a-kind combat environment. The design language of the red and blue sides of the Gorge, curved and straight, are derived from our thinking on the world's cultures. The curves on the red side are inspired by the symbols of ancient Neolithic cultures, reflecting humanity's imagination at that time, as well as their observation and worship of nature. In contrast, the right angles of the blue side incorporate Eastern Bronze Age concepts of machinery. It was at this time that humans began manipulating nature and evolved technology to craft things themselves. The endless vitality of the Gorge landscape is also another important feature. We want the Gorge to be lush with all kinds of life: evergreen pines, fish swimming in streams and the river, and leaves swaying in the wind. Not only should it be abundant with nature, but there should be signs of human life as well. Human activity is a highlight of all forms of life, so the Gorge has a variety of human-made scenery: the stone of sorcery on the farm lane, broken bottles and jars, as well as other traces of the people who once lived there. Balance means that both teams have the same potential for victory, creating an atmosphere of fair competition for all players. The design language of both sides is different, but we work hard to ensure the overall visual feeling is the same, to avoid creating any psychological bias that might favor one team. From a standpoint of the design's visual intensity, the energy, technology, materials, etc. of both teams correspond exactly. Regarding resources, both teams' crystals, towers, and azure or crimson golems are placed in symmetrical locations on the map. Providing a fun, competitive experience for players isn't all about beautiful graphics. The design of battlefield mechanics is extremely important as well. The core design concept of the Honor of Kings battlefield is fun for all. Players on every lane can get a sense of achievement and recognition, creating an environment where everyone can have their highlight moments and contribute to the victory. Speaking of for all, we must consider the traits and habits of players on every lane, while also taking into consideration fun and competition. Regarding pacing, in a match that lasts around 15 minutes, players focus on self-protection in the early game. Laning players kill minions to earn gold, while in the allied jungle, players experience less damage. The quick resurrection time and the healing dew behind towers help ensure growth during the game's early phase. In the mid-game, players should aim to gain a gold advantage and look for chances to turn the tide. A fight over a core resource like the Overlord or Tyrant may be enough to break the rhythm of one side and give the other an advantage. In the late game, the crucial resource of the Tempest Dragon appears, provoking even fiercer combat. Defeating the Tempest Dragon provides players with benefits such as shields and damage buffs, as well as stronger Tempest Vanguard on lanes. The fight for this single resource can be the key to victory. When it comes to fun, we aim to provide players with conditions that will lead to frequent, small-scale team fights, promoting a competitive experience. Lanes should be cleared quickly to avoid getting stuck in long and tedious fighting on lanes. This incentivizes players to roam and gank after clearing their lane, generating interaction with the opposing team. The design of the lane river sprite also provides opportunities for combat. During team fights, every player has their chance to shine. For example, support players may find it hard to get kill streaks, but they can still get the perfect crowd control feat from assists. In this Dev Talk, we have aimed to share the team's thoughts on battlefield design. We hope you will have a thrilling and highlight-filled combat experience in the Gorge of Honor of Kings and get a taste of the true fun of MOBA competition. That's all for this Dev Talk. Stay tuned for the next one. For more insights on version updates and improvements, keep an eye on Ying's column on our official social media channels. That's where we collect all of your questions and do our best to provide you with answers. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions.
玄武听命！爆！
That's gonna be a formful trade.
扫孤玉！爆！
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
Cause Garo is gonna be here. They made a huge mistake.
Triple
Cause
kill.
Garo is gonna be here. They made a huge mistake.
Triple kill.
双枪会给出答案。
They're gonna engage. 10x going in with the ultimate. And this could be it.
再给你一首歌的时间。
Right there. Ear get taken down. RCG, they want to back up a little bit. They're getting taken a little bit too low. Popping in with the ultimate on the Marco Polo. Triple kill.
藏好了吗？
It's gonna be a quadra kill.
灼烧黑夜的热情。接住，在下的飞吻。
粉色炮火，绝佳搭配。
Quadra kill.
嘿，我在这儿。
This fight
来
might
看
come
烟花吗？
to this point. You know, whoever gets the overload gets the upper lead, and Lexio goes in. Look at that damage. Look at that mini.
试试
You know,
新发明。
chaining that. It's gonna get double, triple, quadra. It's gonna be a quadra. Maybe it's gonna get penta.
准备好了吗？
What? Oh my gosh! I cannot believe this.
别怕，交给我。火鹰来了，来看烟花吗？
Dear Summoners, the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Asian Waves Season 1 is coming on April 27th. As a brand new esports league, this KAW league will invite 10 teams from Malaysia, Japan, Philippines, and Myanmar to compete for a total of 500,000 yuan in 6 weeks. The global ban and pick will be implemented in this league. Each team will compete in a double round robin BO2 format in the regular stage during 20 match days, with 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. At the end of the regular season, the top 2 teams will be qualified for the winner's bracket. teams ranked 3 through 6 will be qualified for the losers bracket. And the rest of the teams will be eliminated.
Trying to take the kill. Constantly goes crazy with a double kill, and it's going to be game!
As the regular stage draws to a close, the more brutal playoffs will be reignited on May 31st. The 6 teams entering the playoffs will play BO5 double elimination matches as shown in the picture, competing for a ticket to the finals over 3 match days. Finally, the much-anticipated finals will be held on June 3rd. The grand final will be a BO7 single elimination match, where the first to win 4 games will be the ultimate champion. In this late spring, who will stand as the champion of the 2023 KAW League Season 1? Looking forward to the birth of the new champion.
Hi everyone, this is the 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Wave event. I'm today's caster Nora. Wow, it's really glad to be here again, and now actually we're at the playoffs and we're doing the best of 5. I know that all of the audience that just keeping alive with us with our live streams definitely gonna know these 4 teams which already been stepped into the playoffs. That would be Impunity, RCG, RTZ, and Nova. All of those 4 teams, actually, they're always been up there, in the rankings. And actually, there's gonna be some really interesting stuff just happening between these 4 teams. And a lot of things actually happened in the previous matchups. And for these 4 teams, only 2 were gonna step into our finals. And for today's first match, that's going to be Impunity play against with this RCG. And these 2 teams, Impunity was ranked at the 3rd place and RCG at the 4th. And we know that in the playoffs, we're doing the double elimination. So actually, they're in the losers group round 2. They already beat the other 2 teams yesterday, but this is gonna be a really tough start for them because only 1 team will advance into the next game. But for our match 2, the second one, when RTZ is going to play against Nova, the situation is going to be different because they're at the winners group, and that's going to be the final. So the winner of either RTZ or Nova, they were just gonna have the first ticket going straight into our finals. But the rest of the team, like the one who lost the game in the winners group final, they're gonna play against winner from our match 2. So that's what we call the double elimination. That's gonna be really interesting, but the situation would be different. Like for Impunity or RCG, they only got 1 chance. If they lost today, that's gonna be the end of the journey attending in our 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Wave event. But for RTZ or Nova, they still got an extra life. So we are looking forward to those players' performance for today. But first thing first, we're gonna introduce to you guys about all those lineups, and I bet that you guys definitely gonna be really familiar with these players. First, we're now looking at the lineup from Impunity. And Impunity, they're quite dominating. I would say maybe at the beginning in the event. I'm not saying like they fall behind in the second round or something. It's more like they have a really single or a really eliminated playing style. We know that all of those compositions and all of those hero selections are all rounded by up, which would be their marksman. So actually a lot of team were just aiming at up, and that's gonna be something to do with RCG, because RCG is the one who clearly know the playing style of Impunity, and that makes them to beat Impunity from the last matchup. So we are now actually looking at RCG's lineup. That's something different with Impunity because from the first game till the last game in our regular season, Impunity was always holding the exactly same lineup, but RCG, they did a lot of rotations. Their marksman rotated, and their clash laners rotated, and also like their roamers, their support changed a little bit. So actually we know that RCG did a lot of rotations, so they definitely need to be consist about maybe one, and that's gonna be the one that we see for today's lineup. And here we go, let's move into our team data comparison. Well, these two teams actually, they're quite similar. You can see like from all those data analysis, we can see like the gold per minute, that would be RCG that have 1000 gold per minute in lead of Impunity. So somehow that makes that RCG, they're more tend to grab things, grab all those neutral monsters, or maybe they're doing quite good in the laning phase, and that makes the difference between the gold per minute. But we can see the damage taken or the damage dealt actually are quite similar, because both teams, they're quite eager to play all those big team fights, and they're always playing a quite proactive way. That makes them to be so dominating and aggressive in the early game. And there's only a small difference that we can see from the Tyrant killing percent. That means like before 10 minutes, when the Dark Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord will be spawned, Impunity, they really fancy into taking those Tyrants, because we know that the Tyrant will grant the team with extra damage out. You're gonna be granted by that buff, and you're gonna have an immense damaged out before 10 minutes, and that's exactly what Impunity want. They always want that Tyrant. They always want to play aggressively before 10 minutes and want to take at least one high ground tower down before 10 minutes to make sure that they're gonna got the vision control, and that's what we call Impunity's playing style. And now we're actually having some like highlights that we can see those players showed us, and I know that you guys definitely will see this scene for several times, because that's gonna be the biggest highlight, the penta kill down by this Alexio, and Alexio paired up with this main. We may see the same duel showed up today, I assure you guys. And now we see those RCGs playing highlights. RCG, as we've talked before, like they always did a lot of rotations, but what keeps the same is that they always play so aggressively in the early stage. I mean, early stage is not only about like 6 minutes or 7 minutes. They would always take the first movement maybe around 1 minute or 2 minutes. So that's gonna be the difference, and that's gonna be something we are really expecting to see. And here we go, the first game in the best of 5. And again, though we're doing the double elimination, but for these two teams, for our match 1, we're now at the round 2 of losers group. So whoever lost the game gonna be the end of our journey in this KAW event, but the winner is gonna advance to the next stage. So here we go, the Bambic phase. And we know that we're doing the best of 5, so that's going to be really different when we're doing that best of 2 in the regular season. Because that best of 2, we're doing the global ban pick, whatever has been used only gonna be used for once. So if they selected for those heroes in the first game, that's gonna be something that they need to think about because they are not allowed to be used again. Best of 5, here we go. First, Impunity, take this 大乔 strategy. I really like this one, because you definitely need to be really confident that help you to, selecting those compositions in the first game. Because, like when we're doing the best of 5, the best of 1, like the first game of best of 5 would be more like settle down your momentum, settle down your mentality. If you won the first game, you're gonna be really confident. You're gonna be like, okay, here we go, best of 5. That's gonna be not a big deal. Like game 2, game 3, we're definitely gonna win that. But if you lost the first game, you're gonna like first think about, okay, are we gonna be really good at handling the next few games, or like how many heroes that we left for competing our rivals. So the first game would be more like have such a great impact on our mentality. And again, like back on track, Impunity. With this 大乔 strategy, we know that 大乔 need a really tight synergy if you want to play it well, or it would be really passive. But I'm sure that if Impunity, this team playing always like a lion, they definitely know that how they're gonna use this 大乔 strategy to initiate a lot, to engage a lot. Especially 大乔 is really good at to summon her allies and to have those team fight have numbers advantage. So that's gonna be Impunity's strategy for today's best of 5. And RCG, all of those heroes are targeting at 大乔. Haya's ultimate can just drag people out of 大乔's formation, teleportations. And the same as Guan Yu's abilities, those basic attack or his ultimate can allow this hero to just, knock people back and want to be able that to be teleported by this 大乔. So both hero are doing those counter attack towards 大乔. And RCG, they just left their farming lanes, left their marksman to be the end. Huang Zhong, I really like this. I really like this selection because we talked this before. Impunity, their playing style would be like everyone rounded by this orb, rounded by their marksman, the only single core player, and to see like what they're gonna do. But today we can see Impunity, they changed their strategy. Instead of giving up his like best performing marksman, for example Alexior or Hou Yi or Gongsun Li, today game 1 they let up to play a warrior, to play this Fuzi. I was wondering like, well, they use such a strategy paired up with Fuzi, but Fuzi will play as a clash laner. But Impunity, they suppress us a lot. That surprises us for the first game. And that's some strategy they're gonna do for today for their ban pick phase, to save some hero for up in case that they're gonna go for that game 4, game 5. And game 1, give him this warrior. And RCG, they know that Impunity always want to have those, marksman core player playing style. So RCG for today, they're just picking up this Huang Zhong, and Huang Zhong with this Lu Ban. I'll tell you guys that in our KPL region, this duo has the highest winning rate. Because like this patch allowed the marksman to farm for such a long time. And once you taking out this Huang Zhong, you can, just make sure that you're gonna keep it until maybe like 15 minutes or 16 minutes. And once it goes to that late game, RCG is gonna be win the upper hand because they got this Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong's gonna do such a huge damage out in the late game. And not even mention to like he's paired up with this Luban master. And once you take out this Luban's second ability can allow Huang Zhong to have a much secured position during the team fight. So that's what RCG is gonna do. And here we go, the first game of our best of 5. Impunity on the blue side, RCG on the red. I can even feel the tension in the air because these two teams, they're gonna give us such a visually stunning game, I assure you guys. And I'll be today's caster, Nora. The opening set will be quite regular because both composition need time to form up. We've talked about a little bit about how Huang Zhong's gonna play. He's gonna play defensively on the farming lane to make sure that he won't fall behind. And once he's playing against this warrior, this Fuzi, even would make him to win the upper hand. And for the clash lane, the situation is going to be quite different because main's always playing as a counter pick towards Guan Yu, because if Guan Yu wants to, you know, constantly moving up, Op's playing so aggressively, and he even forced out the flash that Bear got. Op always gonna catch our attentions, always gonna draw our attentions on this player. He's definitely gonna be like the superstar in our event so far, because he's the first place of our MVP ranking, and now he's chasing up, flash in, drag control back, first blood done by this Zhao. I would say it's not normal to see those things happening, because like as we've mentioned, like Huang Zhong paired with this Luban has the highest winning rate in KPL region, and if you're gonna play it against this Fuzi, we know that if your attacking range is longer, that will help you to gain the upper hand. But things just seem to be really weird so far. Impunity, another solo kill done by this man on the top. It's the counter attack, and X0, he definitely know that how to play main, especially when he got his ultimate. And again, like the farming lane, like Impunity, they totally are playing so aggressively, and they're just utilizing this Da Qiao, and they're just being so familiar with this Da Qiao strategy. They know that how to play this Da Qiao strategy using her ultimate and just summon her like heroes to teleporting down, and there's always gonna be like 3 versus 2 or 3 versus 1, and we would say like the balance has been broken. The balance has totally been broken by Impunity. Op is just using his own mechanics, and maybe it's because when you're really good at playing marksman, for example, Op, he has a really vast hero pool. He knows all of those marksmen and how they're gonna play with those marksmen. So maybe that's gonna be some advantages that Op has. He knows how to play Huang Zhong. So when he's playing this Fuzi against Huang Zhong, he knows exactly how you're gonna using those skills, how you're gonna dodging all those control abilities. On the top side of the map, RCG trying to do something. Main, a little bit mistake has been made, but that's not gonna be a big deal. Everybody teleporting down again, drag people in, but Fuzi just been teleported by Da Qiao back to home. Here's a detail. When you guys want to play against Haya, we know that Haya is gonna be a counter pick towards Da Qiao, but vice versa, because Da Qiao's second ability, that teleporting formation, will last for 4 seconds, and for Haya's ultimate, that's gonna be 8 seconds. And I know that you can do the calculating, right? So if you see that your ally has been dragged in by Haya, you're gonna just wait for 4 seconds and land your second ability on exactly where the spot that your ally has been dragged in. So after 4 minutes, that's gonna be exact the time. You know, the timing means a lot. So that's gonna be some details if you want to play with this Dachao against this Hayao.
Blue team has destroyed
And
a turret.
the same thing actually we will see, we will witness in the next few minutes, I guess. Because Megumi, it seems like he knows the cooldown. He knows those details. A rotation has been made. Flash in. Directly aiming at Huang Zhong. But Fuzi just being dragged away by Haya. By Impunity, all of those allies just doing the backup. Kill that Huang Zhong. Haya flash in. Wants to do this 1-for-1. So after this skirmishes happen, it will end up with 1 trade for 4. Impunity totally open up the game. Want to marching forward, but it's really not easy for Guan Yu to play against Main. You see, like Main has so much immune or has those unchosen effect, so it's really hard for Guan Yu to targeting as this Main. 6 minutes, 4,000 gold lead. Oh, a really nice one. RCG. I always say Impunity didn't expect that RCG would suddenly attack and directly aiming at this Dachao. Because RCG find the shortage of Impunity's strategy, Impunity's composition. Because we can see Impunity, there's no tank, right? There's Dachao, there's 2 warriors, Main and Fuzi, but none of those heroes can gain the vision control of the mid lane Riverside. And that's some shortage that RCG spot. They got Kai. Kai would be playing more as a tank than a warrior in our like professional games. It's not like when we're doing those ranks, you know, it's somehow different. So Kai would be more like a tank. And also like Guan is passive. Guan's passive can allow him to see whether there's someone hiding in the bushes or not. So RCG, the best advantage that they have is that they have the priority to keep the mid lane tower. But Impunity, you know, by taking out all of those outer towers, actually Impunity, they had such a significant gold lead. 4,000. 4,000 can allow them to do a lot of things. Trying to lock in someone, Huang Zhong want to back in, wants to offer some support. Food is not at the front, so that's gonna be the cue for Impunity to retreat. Guan Yu seems a little bit lost. He needs to go right now. What? Guan Yu, this choice would be he tried to sacrifice himself and try to clean up all those minion waves. But is it really worth it? Because like there's no one actually aiming at Guan Yu, and Guan Yu can just, you know, sneak out. I don't know, but that will make something different on the battlefield. Because if Guan Yu is absent from the front, Impunity can, you know, just pushing forward all those minion waves, and they won't be afraid of Guan Yu to coming up from the rear. So they're gonna be really bold to do the marching. It's almost at the 10 minutes mark. Impunity. Nice one. It's a trick. You see, like that's actually a trick that Impunity just played. They know that you're gonna aim in at me at the side lines, but for Impunity, Fuzi with his Dachao, that's just carrying this Purify. This duel just trick out RCG so many ultimate. Guan Yu's ultimate was not available. Luban's ultimate was available, but it's the cooldown has been cleared right now. But that was some trick that Impunity just played. RCG is trying to do something on this Shadow Overlord, but I won't say that this would be a really clear movement. But Impunity, because Impunity gained the vision control, here's some constant control given on this Fuzu. Fuzu already been killed down, and another push, pushing out of this formation. Got a double kill. What a nice one. Wow. Impunity. Only 2 members left. Yao, even though he can survive from Haya's ultimate, but there's like so many people waiting him outside of Haya's room. So RCG, I didn't. Wow, it was like RCG. They trying to fight back, and they know that they got the mid lane tower, they got the vision control, and once Guan Yu got his ultimate, that's gonna be the cue for them to engage.
Overlord has been defeated.
And as the Shadow Overlord has been given to RCG, Impunity did a dragon trade. They got this Dark Tyrant. But I would say this trade is not an even trade, because RCG, they really need this Shadow Overlord, because they need time for Huangjong to farm up, you know. And once they got those vanguards on all 3 lanes, that can help them to gain more time for Huangjong to farm up. But for Impunity, even though they got this Dark Tyrant, there's no way for them to push you forward. Because RCG, they don't want to play against you. They don't want any battle to happen. They just want to clean up all those minion waves and then just, you know, farm up. And that's it. So I would say for the next 2 minutes, everything will be quite peaceful. RCG, they're gonna back off. They're gonna just let this Guan Yu to do the split up push, do the 4-1 push. Guan Yu, his passive was lightened, so that makes Guan Yu to just, you know, turn around. Guan Yu has been locked in by Fuzi, but Fuzi knows that he needs to be back. Dacha's ultimate has been already broken, but no one actually be sent to the top side. Impunity, they know that they won't be like 100% sure that they can win the battle, they can win the engagement. First ability up has been dragged in. Everyone just waiting outside. Guan Yu, here comes the man. This man tried to pull him back, but as we mentioned the detail that Dacha got, but Dacha, well, he sacrificed. No, actually Dacha survived from this battlefield, and now Fuzi just show up, and ultimate has already, but hard without this ultimate, there's no way for him to get out. Huangjong back off to the tower and try to support for some damage out. Such a long, big team fight that we just witnessed, and it ended up with Guan Yu single, alone, being killed by Impunity. "40 minutes, but we can see like the goal difference has been decreased. Like before, like maybe 4 or 5 minutes ago, Impunity got like 5,000 gold lead, but now it has been cut down for maybe like 3,000 gold. And for RCG, actually the only thing that we need to pay attention is that Guan Yu is gonna be surrounded by the enemies. There's like 4 versus 1. Well, I would say Zhao Hen, he's always playing in such a confident way, but he really needs to be careful because RCG, this composition really need Guan Yu to be at the front. To like, they need to make sure that Guan Yu is gonna have a really nice come in during the engagement, during the team fight. But if Guan Yu's always been taken down before the engagement, that's gonna be the best thing that Impunity wants to see. Whoa, 2 people has been dragged in. But Fuzi, Haya, just been absent from the team fight. Huang Zhong breaking his ultimate. One time, 2 time. And Yao tried to get in, but attacking range is just a little bit short. Impunity did a 0 for 1 and another for Guan Yu. It ended up with a 0-2 trade. RCG, it seems like they're a little bit lost about what they're doing right now. Because actually, you know, around like 15 minutes or 16 minutes, that's gonna be a quite strong period for RCG. This composition, they can just, you know, playing around Bear, playing around this Huang Zhong. But it seems like RCG, they're just playing in an individual way. Like Guan Yu tried to get in, Haya tried to get in, but actually they need to play around this Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong's gonna be the main core player from RCG side. So it seems like RCG really need to calm down and rethink about their strategy, rethink about their composition. 16 minutes. But everything seems so optimistic for Impunity. But the next thing, the next hurdle that they're gonna have is that how they're gonna taking down that high ground tower. Because Huang Zhong is being so famous as the best guardian of the high ground tower. Because we can see like once Huang Zhong break out his like ultimate, the attacking range is ridiculous, right? It's like such a huge rounded attacking range, just like this one. And how Impunity is gonna approach Huang Zhong? That's gonna be the biggest question. So Impunity is gonna slow down. They would not be that rushing to, you know, doing this tower dive, because if they want to do the tower dive, they may lose some members and they may lose the vision control. So maybe Impunity, they're just gonna slowly pushing forward by utilizing all those minion waves. And maybe if they're patient enough, they can just back off and just to, you know, got all those tyrants, all those neutral monsters like Dark Tyrant, Shadow Overlord. Both dragon can be taken by Impunity because they got the vision control. And the thing is, if they want to take in down this high ground tower, there's 2 ways, you know, plan A and plan B. Plan A is just to taking down that Shadow Tyrant, and by using those vanguards, managing those vanguards arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously, and help them to take down the high ground tower. Or they can go for plan B. Plan B would be like they're gonna hiding their visions. They're gonna hide their visions just like this, because we are now actually watching the game from the third perspective. We know exactly what the heroes are doing right now. We know exactly where the position, where the players are right now. But for RCG, the vision is solely black. They don't know where Impunity's member is, and Impunity, they're just going for this plan B. Hiding their visions, threatening RCG's members, won't let them to, you know, cross the riverside. And then they're gonna seduce RCG's member to get out of that high ground tower. You see, once Huang Zhong just, you know, going a little bit overstepped out of that protection, supported by their high ground tower, that's gonna be Impunity's chance, because all those vision are from Impunity's side. RCG, they don't know where Impunity's member is. And now Impunity is just, ambushing in all those bushes. They're trying to seduce Huang Zhong to get out of that high ground tower. And once Huang Zhong is out of that protection of that high ground tower, Impunity, they can engage. It's all about strategy. It's all about tactics. 20 minutes mark. Tempest Dragon is spawned. This is gonna be the greatest time for Impunity. Though they got the vision control, but they're just being so patient. They don't need to rush that Tempest Dragon. Why should they? Because once they're doing something on this Tempest Dragon RCG, they can using this Haya, using this Guan Yu, and try to, counter-attack you, try to slash at you. But suddenly everyone just being engaged into something, but everyone just looking at what's Guan Yu. Guan Yu has been taken down, so who's gonna take the responsibility to break up all those Impunities composition? X0 tried to chase in, but RCG, all of those HP bar has been taken extremely low. Main still hiding in this bush, but just being spotted by Luba Master. First stab, ultimate in, lock him up, and everyone wants to get approach into this Huang Zhong, but Huang Zhong just being so secure, but he's been frozen by this Zhao Jing. Nice one, done by this Zhao Xin. Well, this Zhao Jing just make him to be the hero of Impunity. It is because of Zhao Jing's second ability, frozen Huang Zhong, and ultimate in, taking that Huang Zhong down, helping Impunity to win the big team fight. A really nice one. RCG, they almost win. They almost won the game. They almost won that team fight. But since Huang Zhong is not at the front, Huang Zhong is still not alive. Impunity, they can easily take down this Tempest Dragon. And even better is that once they got this Tempest Dragon, they're granted by this Tempest Dragon buff. They have like 3 Tempest Vanguards on all 3 lanes, and they can just manage all those Tempest Vanguards to arriving at the high ground tower, to executing their plan A, try to take down this high ground tower. As so far, even now we're at the 22 minutes, Impunity seems more sophisticated with their strategy. And here's gonna be the question, how RCG is gonna react? Because when they're doing those like big team fight, when they're doing those engagement under the high ground tower, actually RCG got their own advantage. As we've mentioned, Huang Zhong's gonna be really secured, but Beer again, he needs to know that he's gonna play it as the most crucial member from RCG's side. Everything rely on this Huang Zhong, so he needs to make sure that he's gonna survive during the team fight. Vanguard's at the bottom, taking this high ground tower down. Impunity, again, being so sophisticated. They're not rushing to something. They know that game 1 matters a lot. And now, since they're winning the upper hand, they can just slowly using those vanguards pushing forward. There's already a window open for Impunity because they taken down the high ground tower at the bottom. Flashing Luba Monster being a little bit too bold. Be dragged in by Foods. Nice one. Second ability frozen. Guan Yu again. Guan Yu has been taken down. This is a 0-2 trade. Wow, Zhao Jun is playing really good. Like Impunity. Their marksman at their mid lane just taking shoulder up, the responsibility up, flash in, but just flash all those members back. And the high ground tower has been taken down. X-Hero flash in and aiming at this Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong has just been controlled. The destiny has been triggered, but Huang Zhong has been taken down. There's Minue's on the top. Impunity 5 members alive. Triple kill done by this Yao and taking down this crystal. Game 1. Congratulations to Impunity. They did this battle for over like 23 minutes, taking down this Tempest Dragon, and they're playing in such a rare composition that we can see from our KAW event. And they're just being so patient, they're just being so sophisticated with this satchel strategy. They know that on what exact time what things should be done. 2 warriors, satchel strategy, and their main lane, Zhao Jun. I would highlight this player. I definitely need to highlight this player because like from the last 2 big team fight that we see, one around it, that Tempest Dragon, and one was done under that high ground tower. It was all because of Zhao Jun's second ability, frozen those core players from RCG's side, help Impunity to gain the upper hand, help Impunity to close out the game. From game 1, this is really teamwork. Because for Impunity, Dachao strategy again, if you really want to play this Dachao strategy well, you need to make sure that every single member from your team need to have such a tight synergy, and everyone needs to trust your ally, especially for Dachao. Because Dachao's gonna be the shot caller, you know. Dachao's gonna be the shot caller to see like, okay, we're gonna do something on the top side of the map, or we're gonna do something surrounded by all those neutral monsters camp, those dragon camp. So Dachao need to have such a clear mind about what's happening on the battlefield. And in addition, like the rest of the team members, for example, Yao, the jungler, he needs to do the split up push, and also Yao needs to, you know, get access to Huang Zhong, to the marksman, to the core player from their rivals composition. And main, yeah, we forgot X Hero. Like the last team fight when Huang Zhong's second alive, the resurrection cloak has been triggered by Zhao Jun. It was man flash in and got the last fatal strike on this Huang Zhong, helping Impunity to take down Huang Zhong and close out the game. So again, it was a team work. It was a team effort. It was definitely the team effort for Impunity. And the KDA, wow. The KDA is just like really spectacular. Like Yao, 10 kills. This man got a triple kill at the end. And he got 10 kills. And we can see like the team fight rate. You see, like everyone was up to like 50% because it was all big team fight. 5 members definitely gonna be there. And for RCG, well, I would say RCG, they're doing quite good during the ban pick phase, for sure. Because we know that RCG, they know that Impunity's playing style always gonna play around his marksman. But today, since Impunity, they also like change their strategy when they're doing this best of 5. So first game, instead of giving up that marksman, that core player, they give him this Fuzi. So somehow that just interrupt RCG's own strategy. It's quite like RCG's composition is quite like late game playing style. But in the early game, during the laning phase, you guys remember? Like during the laning phase, it was like they fall behind during the laning phase. Yes, we can see MVP goes to this Zhao Jun. Again, I really want to highlight this player because it's mainly because of this Zhao Jun. And Zhao Jun's second ability to frozen that Huang Zhong when they're vying for this Tempest Dragon, that was the key point. And that was the turning point for Impunity for whole game, you know. Because we've mentioned about like in the late game, it's really hard for Impunity to taking down that high ground tower. But by this Zhao Jun, they just accelerate their pace. Yeah, this one. This one is what we're analyzing right now. You see, like Huang Zhong, he's quite secure, you see? But it's because of like Huang Zhong just click that chin and just, maybe he wants to get a little bit forward and try to chasing up all those heroes' rest. And that's gonna be the chance that Zhao Jun just spot. And this one, second ability, again frozen this Guan Yu. Without Guan Yu, RCG has no worries to break through Impunity's, frontliners. So that's gonna be the key point. And this one, main flash in. And once Huang Zhong just want to be revive again, he's been taken down again. So game 1, it was really teamwork for Impunity. And I'm really happy to see that there's some team that are really good playing with this Daqiao strategy in our KAW event. Because Daqiao, we see this hero show up several times before in our regular season. But it's more like they're using Daqiao to play as a duel at the bottom, It's different. Like the Daqiao strategy has a really high ceiling if you want to master it. It's not only like help you to gain the advantage during the laning phase. It's more like how you're gonna utilize it to do the split up push, and how you're gonna utilize it to initiate those team fight to have those numbers in advantage. So I'm really happy to see that Impunity really mastered this strategy. But things gonna be keep going on, and that's gonna be our game 2. RCG on the blue side, Impunity on the right. And again, we are doing the global ban pick. So once you used those heroes before, you're not allowed to use them again. And the first 4 bans are just, keeping the same. It's all meta bans. Luban, Sunbin, Daqiao, and Shimongxi, they're all meta picks, so everyone just ban it away. And RCG, Tai Jinen. Oh, this composition that RCG is trying to select right now, maybe it's like their most confident composition. The Daqiao with Lady Sun. Because they've used this Tai Zhiren for several times and had quite good winning rate. And also Lady Sun. Ben has used Lady Sun for 9 times before and got 78% winning rate. So that's quite high. And Impunity, Gongsun Li. Again, Gongsun Li would be the most famous choice that Op has. We know that Op is really good at playing Gongsun Li. So it seems like Impunity wants to use this game, use those heroes that they're really confident with to gain a match point. Again, we're doing best of 5. So if Impunity won this game, it's gonna be their match point. And that's gonna be a really huge stress for RCG. Because it means Impunity, if they got the match point, only one game that is needed will help them to get advanced to the next round. So RCG, they really need to bulk up. I would say maybe Jin Chan will be the mid, because we see that RCG used Jin Chan before, and it's more like they need some control ability. Both Jin or Gongsun Li that Impunity have, or are really flexible during the team fight or during the laning phase. So how they're gonna restrict these two core players will be the main question for RCGs to solve. Yixin, yeah, Yixin would be another choice because Yixin's second ability and ultimate can help them to restrict Jin or Gongsun Li, especially in the team fight, you know. It might be not that good during the laning phase, but when they're doing those skirmishes, those little control ability gonna be quite annoying for Impunity. Well, these two composition, I would give it 50-50. You know, it's not like the last game. Last game was like, I know that Impunity are really sophisticated with the Sacha strategy, so maybe they have a little bit higher winning rate. But for this round, I would give it 50-50. Because like Bear, his Lady Sun has such a high winning rate, and Tai Zhenren is not only for like single one team. I know that for those audience that are keep watching our KAW event, definitely know that Tai Zhenren gonna be the most popular pick for all of those teams, like 10 teams. 10 teams are always be really fancy for this Tai Zhenren. So Tai Zhenren can help RCG to have a quicker farming pace in the early game due to Tai Zhenren's passive, you know, can help his ally to get extra money. And also during all those skirmishes, Tai Zhenren using his ultimate can offer Lady Sun or offer Miyamoto Musashi an extra life. So RCG, they're quite solid when they're doing those team fight. And for Impunity, they're also very good on doing those team fight, but to be a little different to RCG, Impunity's strategy would be more like relying on their Jin and their Gongsu Li to showcase, you know. So though both teams definitely would have so many skirmishes and doing those big team fight, but the winning measure are quite different. So let's wait and see. Game 2, RCG on the blue side and Impunity on the red. I'm your caster Nora. RCG for the opening side, they did some rotation. Let Lady Sun to be at the mid and let Yixin to be at the bottom. It's quite regular, you know, because if RCG they want to accelerate their farming pace, then they definitely want Lady Sun to have more gold. And how you're gonna get more gold? You definitely need to have clean up more minion waves. So we can see this rotation. If they put Lady Sun at the mid, first have the mid lane minion waves, and then rotate to the bottom, and to have the bottom minion waves. So that's gonna be have like double gold, and also due to Tai's passive. And that's the way that how you're gonna play with this Tai Zhenren with Lady Sun. It's a quite prevalent duel, not only our KAW event but also in KV Origin. And now we need to be a little bit patient because we now have some network issue, but we will be back really quick. And we can see like Impunity's composition we've mentioned about, like they really relied a lot on Jin and also Gongsun Li, right? So Impunity will back off before 4 minutes. They're just gonna play defensively before 4 minutes. So we will see RC just gonna play really proactively before 4 minutes, you know. That's gonna be a really interesting stage to see. And the point is, how many advantage that RCG can gain before 4 minutes? Are they gonna strat down some HP bars just like what they're doing right now at the bottom? Or are they just gonna farm it out peacefully? If they're just trying to farm it out peacefully, that's gonna be something Impunity really wants to see. Jin coming up. help clean up all those minion waves. Impunity's composition and also their playing style is more like the last patch playing style, you know, because like in this patch we can see more and more tanks or warriors to be a flex pick, rotate to be as a jungler, you know, highlight more on their marksman or their mid. By Impunity, they always want to, you know, rely on their jungler and also their marksman. It's the most like classic playing style, the most classic one. Waiting for Jin and Gongsun Li to farm up, and then let them to showcase, let them to using their own ability or mechanics help them to build those advantage during the mid game. So it seems like everything just being so peaceful before 4 minutes, and RCG, they really need to hurry up. They really need to hurry up. It's not because like when the time goes on, RCG's composition will be weaker and weaker. It's not in that way. It's more like if you want to play this game well, you need to seize every minute. Because our game is quite high tempo, as you guys can see. So it always gonna be end up within like 20 minutes. So every single minute count. And for RCG, oh, nice one. First blood goes to Miyamoto Musashi. Really nice skirmishes happening on the top side, and even better is that they taken down the core player from Impunity side. They take down this Jin. And we've mentioned this again and again, like how important Jin is, how crucial he is from this composition. So by this first blood, RCG now gain the upper hand. And they even, if they're, you know, ambitious enough, they can even do something on Jin's field, you know. They can do some invasions. But it seems like it's a little bit late, because Jin already revived. And RCG, they are not doing one step earlier. For example, like just let Lianpo to, you know, teleport down, gain the vision control or something. But so far so good for RCG. Tyrant has been taken by RCG. And the best way of, you know, executing RCG's composition is more like they can do that 3-2 push or 4-1 push. It depends. If they're trying to do that 3-2, that's something that we see on the top side, right? Miyamoto Musashi with his Lianpo, and again, 3-2 push. Solo kill, that's gonna be a solo kill, but Miyamoto Musashi is just waste a little bit more time under the second tower from Impunity side. So that's a 1-1 trade. What about the bottom? Gongsun Li has a really vast room for him to showcase. But Lady Sun just chasing up and taking down that Shahoden at the bottom. And RCG, they can pushing forward, they can do a lot of invasions. Because they already opened the vision. They already take down the outer tower at the bottom. And Miyamoto Musashi won't be afraid of Jin when he wants to do the solo kill. Because we can see like there's a 1 level lead goes to Miyamoto Musashi, and there's gold lead goes to Miyamoto Musashi. It's only because like that solo fight was done by Impunity's tower, so that's a little bit like overconfident, you know, for Miyamoto Musashi. And only it's because that last hit done by that second tower, that TNX didn't make it to, you know, alive and out of that tower. But still, he won't be afraid of doing those solo fight against Jin. Half past 6:30 minutes. And Impunity, the thing that they're doing right now is try to make sure that the mid lane tower is gonna stand as long as they can. And they got 3,000 gold deficit. So Impunity, they are the one to be worried. Because not like RCG's composition. When the time goes on, Impunity is gonna be weaker and weaker. Because Jin and also Golden Lee is gonna be quite vulnerable in the late game team fight. Oh, nice one! Real nice timing that RCG just catch. Because as Hero break his ultimate came in. And 3-2 push again. 2 people aiming at this Jin, flash in, second ability, another stun. Taking down that Jin. Jin has already been taken down 3 times in a row. And there's some skirmishes happening at the field. Up, try to camp in. But that was so close. That was so close to take down that Lian Po. But we can see how vulnerable Golden Lee is when they try to engage. And Miyamoto Musashi ultimate in 1 versus 3. That would be a little bit overconfident. Phoenix has been taken down, and that's gonna be a really nice chance for Impunity to backslash. They can just do some comebacks. Angel break his ultimate, try to do some poking damage, and this is gonna be a really great time for Jin to farm up because Jin has already far behind than Miyamoto Musashi, 1,000 gold deficit. She really needs to hurry up to farm up. This result would be such a relief for Impunity, but it's still too early for them to cheer up. Be careful. Ishin, nice ultimate, but only 2 tanks has been caged in. So RCG, the rest of his ally, didn't want to follow up the damage dealt. That's only gonna be the waste of the skills. Again, catching this Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's ultimate has been forced out, but he won't be allowed to get out. Jin tried to ambush, but Miyamoto Musashi came in again. Ultimate and double kill goes to this Lady Sun, and they even want more. They're just onslaught. Everyone just flashed in, and Lady Sun got her triple kill for Beer. Such a nice one. Lady Sun is just showcase. It's just showcasing like how great this hero is and how great mechanics that he got. And it's just being so close to the 10 minutes mark. RCG, they can just easily take down all of those outer towers and go back, go for that Dark Tyrant. So far so good for RCG. That's what we mentioned, you know, before today's matchup. Like, these 2 teams, they have a really similar power, and they're actually at the same level. So we want to see like none of those teams gonna, you know, close out the game in quite a fast pace, not like what they're doing in the regular season. Zhang Fei don't have his ultimate. Lady Sun's just being unstoppable, and find another hero hiding in that bush. It was almost being an insta-kill. Who's gonna stop Lady Sun? Who's gonna be the hero from Impunity's side? Try to take down this Lady Sun. Not even mentioned to Lady Sun's always being accompanied by this Tai Jiren. And his ultimate still be available. 11 minutes, RCG take down this high ground tower, and they rotate on the top side. They can even take down that top side high ground tower, but they just back up and go for that neutral masters. They want this Shadow Overlord. They want to use all those Shadow Vanguards, try to push it up, try to push it in. Megumi tried to gain the vision control, everyone just forcing him back. RCG! Wow, that was quite impressive. Because we can see the Shadow Overlord has been taken down extremely low, but RCG they're not rushing to something because they got the debuff. They just taken down that Dark Tyrant, so they still got the debuff. They will deal less damage than Impunity has towards this Shadow Overlord. So that's the reason why RCG they just back off and didn't rush in to take that down. 12 minutes, flash in, nice stun, ultimate in. Everyone just putting those burst damage on Xiahou. That's quite clever because once Xiahou's absent, Impunity is gonna lose the vision control. Zhang Fei is not able to step forward right now because he's so afraid of this Lady Sin's damage out. But they got the Vanguards and aiming at Up. Up has been taken down so close. And double kill again. Lady Sin's just on rampage. This minion waves on the top. Sheldon just revive again. But everyone just trying to take down this crystals. Jin came in, tried to aim it at Lady Sun, but how he's gonna make it? There's no way for them to backslash at RCG. That was a 0-4 trade. Lady Sun still alive, even available by his flash. And this Vanguards came in, and there's no way for Impunity to come back. Congratulations to RCG. What a quick game. What a quick game! It ended up within 12 minutes! What a quick game! For RCG, it's more like they're taking out this Lady Sun. We analyzed this before. Lady Sun has the highest winning rate from their composition at the opening set. They know that how they're gonna accelerate Lady Sun's farming pace. From the opening set, from the first minute, they let Lady Sun to eat the mid lane gold and then rotate her down to the bottom to have the bottom lane gold and always be seen as a duo. We can see Tai Zheng always company with this Lady Sun. They're always together. And also Miyamoto Musashi. I want to highlight this player also. Like it is because of Miyamoto Musashi. His gank on the top and that 3-2 strategy. Miyamoto Musashi gank on the top, directly aiming at Jin, and also like the second round he did a solo kill against Jin. He's the one to limit Jin's farming pace, you see. And we've mentioned this again and again that there's only two main core players from Impunity side, Jin and also Gongsun Li. If Jin has been taken down 3 times in a row, that's gonna be such a great news for RCG. Lady Sun just farming up steadily during the whole game. If I'm correct, maybe like Lady Sun haven't been taken down even at once. She was like maybe like 7 kills or 8 kills but 0 deaths. We will recheck it to our data board, but we know that Lady Sun just being so unstoppable in the late game. Lady Sun just be the one to dominate the game. Wow, it's really hard to give the MVP. Miyamoto Musashi or Lady Sun. Because like Lady Sun shoulder up the responsibility in the late game. Everyone just playing around this marksman and trying to let Bia to do the insane output damage. But for Miyamoto Musashi, it is because of Tianxin's ganks on the top to help RCG break the balance and help them to snowball the game. Wow, let's wait and see. Wow, and Bear, his KGA is even beyond my imagination. I was like maybe like 7 or 8 kills, but it showed out that Bear got 10 kills and 0 death. And also that's something to do with Yuhan, with this Tiger, and we can see there's 12 assists that he did and 0 deaths again. And also, if I'm correct, that Tiger even didn't break out his ultimate, right? Maybe once or twice, but not many. So we can see how smooth that RCG just snowballed the game. Impunity. It's so painful for Impunity's member to go through this game because we know that they want to use their most confident hero to close out the game. They try to use their most confident composition to reach the match point. But the point is, it's not that matter favored, you know what I mean. Well, let's see. MVP goes to Lady Sun, definitely. This outstanding performance, this stunning performance. How many kills in a row that Lady Sun did? At the end, he got 10 kills. 10 kills but 0 deaths. He even made his insta kill. We can rewatch it from this highlight. Yeah, you can see from that replay, Lady Sun was just stunning, so stunning. He's just been the one that being so eye-catching, and we can see RCG by using this Lady Sun, by using this such a solid composition, help them to gain 1 point back. So actually now they tied it up. They tied it up, everyone. Well, I will make my own prediction that today is gonna be such a long night, Today's game, even though we're doing best of 5, I would say every single match is gonna end up with 3-2 or 2-3. Okay, that's my own prediction. You can make your own prediction too and type it down into our comments to see who's gonna be the winner and what's gonna be the score. They tied it up, and you know that we are doing that double round robin during our regular season, and we're doing that best of 2. So actually these two teams, Impunity and RCG, have met up during that regular season twice. And here's the record. The first game, the first time that these two teams play against with each other, Impunity end up with 2-0 against RCG. But the second round, RCG take their revenge on Impunity and end up with 2-0. So that's the main reason that why I said I predict that it will end up with a 3-2 or 2-3, and I don't even know that who's gonna be the winner. That's gonna be the most fun part for us to watch when we're at the playoffs, because we know that in the playoff, that's gonna be 6 of 10, and now only 4 teams rest. The 4 teams are the best 4 teams as so far in our KAW event. They are representing the highest mechanics, they're representing their own glories, and every single team has their unique strategy and the best players in their team. So that makes every team to be so competitive. And if they want to win, they would highlight more on their ban pick for sure. So let's dive right into our ban pick phase. The third game, Impunity on the blue side, RCG on the red. Impunity ban away this statue for sure meta pick, and they ban away this Mai Shilenui, try to gain for that Shimongshi. Here we go, Shimongshi, Impunity, lock it in. How RCG's gonna replace back? They got Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's gonna be a really nice choice for RCG, but they don't really rush into that Zhang Fei pick since Impunity used Zhang Fei in the previous matchups. So instead, they go for this KAW and Lu Bu. Impunity, main with Lady Sun. Wow. You know, Megumi, support from Impunity, he used this main for 7 times, and that was 100 winning rate, 100% winning rate. He didn't even lost 1 game. And for this Lady Sun, Up has been using this Lady Sun for 6 times, and the winning rate was 83%. Both was quite high. And RCG, this Zhang Fei, they know that Zhang Fei is going to be a really nice counter-attack towards Shimongshi, and also going to be a really great hero paired up with Lu Bu during the big team fight. So they're going to secure this Zhang Fei in case that Impunity is going to ban away for the second round of ban phase. RCG now is aiming at the jungler. Now Karuru has been banned away because Impunity, their lack of burst damage in the mid game. Well, it seems to me like Impunity need to have a really solid clash laner. So it would be Ata, or it would be Mengtian, or it would be Limpo. Who knows? But Impunity really need a tank, you know, to make a really solid front laners, to make sure that Lady Sun's gonna be a little more secured, a little bit more comfortable during the team fight. RCG, Mozi playing as a mid. It's not that common, it's not that normal, but it works. I would say it works. It's quite interesting, you know. Because from KPL region, Mozi is always paired up with Bailey Shouyue to play that double poking strategy. But since RCG already select Zhang Fei as their support, so Mozi is gonna play as a mid. But the most annoying thing about Mozi is that the second ability that he got is going to provide those little small control ability. And that's gonna be, but gonna cause great problem to Lady Sun. Limpo on the top side for Impunity, good choice, and Luna as the jungler. Again, Impunity, you know, they're trying to be consistent to their double core play style. You know, their jungler and their marksman. And RCG, Ata to be the jungler. That's really interesting. Because like it's totally different. Like this time the strategy is totally different. We know that like the game 1, we know that Impunity using that Dachao strategy on purpose, right? And then the second game was like 50-50, everyone trying to rely on their own mechanics. But this time, the strategy is totally different. It goes to like 2 different ways. For Impunity, again, they try to be consistent of their 2 main core player strategy. Luna needs time to farm up, Lady Sun needs time to farm up. The difference for Taizhen paired up with Lady Sun and Ming paired up with Lady Sun is that Taizhen offer Lady Sun extra gold to help him to build up all those items that she need, and also providing Lady Sun an extra life. But for Ming is more fierce, you know. We can treat Ming this hero as an item. So instead of giving Lady Sun extra life, Min offer Lady Sun extra damage. It's more straightforward, it's more aggressive, it's more like Op need to play so aggressively in the early game. Not even mention too they got Shimongxi to play at the mid, because Shimongxi can doing massive amount of damage in the early game, and he's gonna be the troublemaker for RCG. But RCG, again, their strategy is really interesting. I really want to do some interview with their coach, because like Lu Bu, Ata, and also Zhang Fei built such a strong front laner. It's quite solid, and also they won't be so afraid of Shimongxi, and they're gonna be really dominating in the mid game. So let's see what's gonna happen on the battlefield. Directly dive into our game 3. Impunity on the blue side, RCG on the red. I'm your caster Nora. It's quite rare to see RCG's choice, you know. Like 3 tanks, Mozi play as a mid. Mozi is playing more like a tool mage, you know. He's gonna stay at the bottom after 3 or 4 minutes, and he can't contest Shimongxi in the early game. There's no hero can contest Shimongxi during the laning phase, because like the damage dealt is insane. Shimongxi is not like item dependent. This hero just rely on this like basic, original damage out. And I would say the top side of the map would be really peaceful. Both Lu Bu and Lian Po, they may doing some melee fight, but no kills can be down. Even Artog, you know, rotate to the top won't make anything different. Everyone just targeting at the bottom for sure. KAW try to do some poking damage by using her passive. Luna has been controlled, but the ultimate is still available. Break his ultimate, try to get out of Lu Bu's ultimate. We can see like there's 2 things that we need to pay attention in the next few minutes. Is that RCG is gonna play that 1-1-3 strategy, let Mozi to play as a tool mate to provide all those small control abilities against Lady Sun, just like what we're seeing right now on the battlefield, to help KAW pushing forward, to help KAW to build a winning lane. That's RCG strategy. But for Impunity, they need to do that 4-1 push. They need to let Lian Po to calm down to gain the vision control, because Lian Po is the only tank that Impunity got. And Lian Po just gonna give all those top side minion lanes away to Luna. Let Luna to farming up quicker. That's the 4-1 push. So we will see the bottom side of the map will be chaotic. It's gonna be massive, you know, everyone's just trying to do something. And everyone's now got their ultimate. So RCG, they're not afraid of anything since Zhang Fei's already got his ultimate. And it is because of RCG got 3 tanks in their composition. So definitely they're gonna gain the river side. The vision of the river. Lian Po's ultimate has been broken. That's gonna be the cue for RCG. They can play more aggressively at the bottom, because once Lian Po do not have his ultimate, there's no way for Impunity to fight back. So RCG actually they can be more aggressive. Zhang Fei is carrying the smite, so Impunity they're they're a little bit afraid to take down the Tyrant. First blood, nice ultimate. Ladies and find a really nice timing.
Tyrant has
Because
been defeated.
Mozi was trying to do some poking damage, trying to provide some small controllability, but the point is, Shimonshi's damage out is insane in the early game. So the logic hiding behind Impunity strategy is more like using this Shimonshi, try to shred down all those HP bars. And once they're not that healthy, it's gonna be the time for Lady Sin to clean up the battle, just like this one. Ultimate has been triggered. He tried to get in, but he needs to flash out because he's being targeted by this tower. Oh, as a recommendation, Zhang Fei, this skin, the skin that Zhang Fei was using, it's really good. Highly recommend you guys to use that skin, to purchase that and use that. The color, the skin, the outfit, and also like the animations, really good. Since the time goes on, Impunity would be the one trying to do something right now. Or there's a plan B for Impunity. Once it reached to maybe like 17 minutes to 20 minutes, even like after 20 minutes, Impunity is gonna win the upper hand. Because Lady Sun is gonna be really dominating in the late game. Though we can see there's 3 tanks from RCG side, but Lady Sun is the one that can deal great damage on those tanks. Because the second ability that Lady Sun has can provide extra armor pierce, which means you will have extra damage out on those tanks. So that makes Lady Sun be a really nice marksman to deal with those tanks. But that's something to do with like after 20 minutes. At least Lady Sun need to have 4 items. And definitely with that Daybreaker. So Impunity, they're just playing so patiently, trying to wait for RCG. Actually, I would say RCG need to play more proactively, because there's like 3 tanks from their side, and Zhang Fei is carrying this smite. So actually, the original purpose of RCG is trying to do those invasions, you know. They're trying to harass a lot on Luna. But we can see, even it's up to 8 minutes right now, RCG, they're just trying to guard their own field. That's a little bit weird. Budget just being so overstepped. Ultimate provide to this Lady Sun, help Lady Sun to gain a sip of blood, and Alta still be there. Second ability, Dragon Luna. Tianxin is playing more like an assassin than a tank. And the HPR is not that healthy. Lady Sun has taken him down, double kill. Wow, that's gonna be the turning point for Impunity. That's definitely gonna be the turning point. Because RCG, all of those heroes are not able to clean up all those minion waves. That's the shortage. That's the shortage of this composition. We know that it's really solid, it's really tanky, but first, their lack of steady controllability. And second, their lack of the ability to clean up all those minions.
Destroyed a turret. Blue team has destroyed a
so
turret.
Again, back to that skirmish. I would say TNX. TNX is more like an assassin player than a tank player. But Alta is not an assassin. Alta is more like someone to, you know, harass his allies and someone tried to using his ultimate to block someone away, he can't be like ambushing somewhere and try to do some burst damage against those core players from their enemies. That's unrealistic. So TNX really needs to calm down and rethink about the hero that he got. He can't play Alta just like the way he's playing with that Jing, you know. That's different. It depends. Ten minutes mark. Impunity, they can go for that Dark Tyrant, and once they got that Dark Tyrant granting by the boss, actually they can try to close out the game, I would say. Because we can see Lady Sun already got 9,000 gold. And with this main, and with this Dark Tyrant, actually everything just has been shortened. The farming phase has been shortened. Lady Sun already got enough damage out. And now Lady Sun is trying to do that Daybreaker. Once the Daybreaker has been made, Lady Sun is gonna be dominating. The damage out is gonna be devastating. Even though RCG got 3 tanks. But if you do not have money, if you do not have equalized the money, you're just like a piece of paper for Lady Sun to tear up. So again, the main point for RCG that fall behind is only because they didn't do any evasions. They didn't do any invasions, try to harass Luna, try to harass Lady Sun. They're just forming up in such a peaceful way. So that makes RCG now facing such a serious situation. How they're gonna do the stable controllability? Yeah, the CC is quite fine, but how they're gonna complete the big controllability? And moreover, how they're gonna take down the Lady Sun? Not even mention too, they can't bear the damage done by Shimongxi. Ultimate again, the 3 people be bombed by this kidder, by this kitty.
Has destroyed a turret.
Vanguards has been transported in. It seems like Impunity tried to close out the game. Zhang Fei, his ultimate has been tricked out. And here comes Limpo, flash in, first ability. Try to get more controllability, and Luna just fly in, ultimate, but nice one by Lady Sun. Since the Vanguard is already been in the crystal, Lady Sun want no more fights, just won the victory. And taking down that crystal, congratulations for Impunity, reach the match point. It was like Impunity, once they let up to play those core big marksmen, everything just became more and more easier. You see, Impunity, they led up to play Lady Sun, and in the previous series they led up to play that Ho E, let her to play Luba number 7. All of those marksmen can do insane damage out in the late game, and they paired up with another support which can provide extra gold or extra damage to help Lady Sun, or to help Up to accelerate his farming pace. So Impunity, they know that Up is trustworthy. I mean, like, who would not trust the guy always gaining the first place in our MVP ranking, right? And not even mention to, like, he got his pentakill, achieved that pentakill in our KAW event. So definitely Up will be trustworthy, and I think like for the next game they will do the same thing. You know, they will just let Up to have maybe Luban number 7. They got Luban Master, right? They got Luban number 7 to do the same duel and help Up to build up his items and pushing forward. and also let their top laners to play a tank, try to break through the front liners against their enemies. That's their classic strategy, and that's the classic strategy among all of those teams or our games. And for RCG, I would say things are a little bit different to what they think. I know that the reason why they select such a solid or such tanky composition is because they see that you got Luna. You're gonna be quite weak to protect your field in the early game. So RCG, by carrying two Smite, both the Zhangfei and also Ata, they try to do some early invasions. They try to harass a little bit on Luna's farming, but none of those scenes can be seen from our game. From game 3, it's more like RCG, they're playing defensively. Everyone just rotating the group, everyone just trying to rotate. They try to chase up. They try to chase up this Lady Sun. But the problem is, they don't need to care about Lady Sun in the late game or in the mid game. They can just directly doing those invasions on Luna's fields, and try to gain those neutral objectives and try to got a gold lead in the mid game. But it seems like RCG, they're not really suitable to execute this kind of composition. And that's something to do with TNX. I don't want to like point my finger to someone, but it's more like different players has different playing styles, right? No doubt. Everyone's different. There's 1,000 Hellblades and 1,000 audience heart, so it's more like TNX is one of those assassin, great assassin player. But when he's playing this Ata, he's not that comfortable with those tank playing style. He don't know how to gain the vision. He don't know how to initiate the team fight. He don't know how to block away all those enemies. The only thing in his mind is that I need to kill the backline. I need to kill the core player, which would be this Lady Sun. And we can see Lady Sun up again, gaining the MVP, no doubt. And we can see so far, Lady Sun got 100% winning rate. RCG used Lady Sun for game 2. They won it. And Impunity take Lady Sun as the respawn. They won it for game 3. And we can see it, rewatch it from our replay. That was quite a short replay, because actually this game ended up with a really quick game, right? I was expecting that Lady Sun need to farm up maybe after 17 minutes, but it was because of RCG's mistake that they made at the bottom, the one that we see Tenshin try to aiming at Lady Sun, try to initiate, but he forgot he's a tank player. He's playing Ata, not Jin, not Lime, not Miyamoto Musashi. So that mistake that RCG make helped Impunity to gain the turning point and close out the game. Everything just being accelerated. So now Impunity, they are having the match point. They're having the match point, and there's only one game left for Impunity. If they want it, they're gonna advance to the next round. But if they lose it, if RCG take 1 point back, tie it up again, that's gonna be 2 versus 2. And that would make it to a best of 1. Wow. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. That's gonna be really interesting if, everyone just tied it up. RCG, only one chance left. There's only one chance left for RCG. Well, I would say actually we can do a little bit prediction on RCG side. I would say they will let TNX to have LUN. They definitely would have TNX to have LUN, because we know that TNX is an assassin player. It's not confident. It's not comfortable for him to play Xiaodun or play Ata or play Baiqi. Those heroes are quite prevalent in this patch, but it's not suitable for TNX on playing style. He's great at a Jin. He's great at a LUN, right? So why not to let him to have this LUN once they're facing the match point? So that's my prediction. RCG will let TNX to play an assassin, and also maybe they want their marksman to play defensively, just like what they did for game 1. And also RCG, since that they defeat Impunity before, the last time when they met up, in RCG end up with 2-0 against Impunity. So RCG actually they did their research on Impunity. They know that how to play against Impunity. The point is, are they flexible enough? Are they smart enough? Because we know that the battlefield changed a lot, you know. It changed a lot, it fluctuates a lot, everything would be different in every second. So are they flexible enough? Are they sensitive enough to, you know, spot every single chance? And once they fall behind, do they know how to act? Do they know how to execute their composition? There's so many things that we need to notice. There's so many things that we need to think about when we're playing this game. So it's definitely not easy. That's definitely gonna be a huge task for both teams and all of those players. But that's the most fun part of playing mobile games. So RCG, they really need to buck up, and they really need to rethink about their own strategies and do great on ban pick phase. Do great on ban pick phase, because Impunity, it's such a relief. Like for this round, RCG on the blue side, Impunity on the red. RCG, they need to ban away the Luban. They need to ban away the Luban in case that Impunity would go for that Luban master paired up with Luban. They need to aim it up at RCG. They really need to aim it up. Not even at the ban pick phase, but also in the game. Impunity ban away Da Xiao, ban away Shen Mengxi, meta bans. RCG ban away Tai Jin, really nice one. But they ban away this Lu Bu. Why they're banning away this Lu Bu? Are they trying to have Sun Bing with Mengtian or Sun Bing with Ata? Like those really tanky stuff? So they are afraid of those true damage that can be dealt by Lu Bu? I will leave that as a question. Let's see. RCG, Sun Bing. Great one. Jin, as we analyzed before, TNX definitely will play those assassins. Please not give TNX more like Ata or Baiqi or like a Xiaodun, those tank assassins. No more. That's gonna be quite torturing. And RCG, they're having double assassins, Jin and also Martial Nui. So actually, the marksman would be Jialuo or something like that. Because as so far Impunity, the attacking range is not that long. You know, it's really hard for them to reach Garo in the game. Garo has been banned away by themselves. Wow, then Impunity. What they're gonna choose? Consort Yu or Direnjie? Or actually, I got another bold prediction, but I don't know if Impunity is gonna play that or not. fun would be really good for this game. But I don't know if Op's gonna use it or not. Because Dyrenju is gonna be great during the laning phase, but he's gonna be quite weak in the game fight. Because Mai Shiranui or Jin would do insta-kill on Dyrenju. And so as Console Yu. So Impunity, the best thing for them for picking up that marksman would be someone with mobility. Some marksman that is mobile. RCG, wow, RCG. This kind of composition is just like they're saying, there's no way for us to retreat. Everyone just dash in. Everyone just bomb in. Everyone just aiming directly on this up. There's no way for us to retreat. And that's what RCG's composition right now. Assuming second ability, double assassin, and we can actually treat Marco Polo as another assassin, right? He's not like what we see as a defensive marksman, but Marco Polo always been criticized a lot by us because Marco Polo is quite weak during the laning phase. But if RCG have enough money and every single hero has at least 2 items, this composition is going to be really devastating. On the other side, for Impunity, Hou-Yi again. Well, I would say for it's Ops on hero pool. You know, there's not much players that can play Hou-Yi in those professional games because Hou-Yi is quite immobile. Hou-Yi's ultimate is not that stable, and also Hou-Yi really need those protect. So it would more like Impunity's own playing style is their individual selections. And by using his Hou-Yi, well, Hou-Yi is going to do quite good during the laning phase, but the point is Hou-Yi is really immobile. So Hou-Yi gonna be the main target for both Mai Shiranui or Jin. So will Hou-Yi be able to survive? Will Hou-Yi be able to survive by Jin, by Mai Shiranui, by Marco Polo's burst damage? Because we know that everyone would dash in directly on this Hou-Yi. So will he survive? I know that he's gonna survive in the late game since Tai Yan's gonna provide such a great HP and recovery. But what about the mid game? What about the early game? That's gonna be the point. Let's see. Game 4. RCG on the red side, on the blue side, Impunity on the red side, and this again is Impunity's match point. If Impunity win this game, it will help them to be advanced into the next stage to play against the loser from the next matchup. And if RCG win this game, they're gonna tie it up again. Wow, that was something interesting. They tried to do the blue buff trade, but it seems like G's gonna sacrifice himself. Another basic attack. First blood goes to this Tiger. It's really interesting. Like the opening side is really interesting. Impunity it's because like they know that Jin usually in this patch would farm from the blue buff side to the red buff side. So Zhao Huaizhen was there trying to harass a little bit on Jin, but once he check it out, he see like, why is Jin not be here? Where is Jin? So that's gonna be the cue. That's gonna be the information for the rest of members from Impunity side to check their wrong blue side. And bingo, there was Jin. Jin is trying to, you know, use those psychological techniques and trying to steal away those blue buffs, but he paid it off by his life. So that's really interesting for the opening. Impunity. They can do the same thing as they do at the beginning. Harass again. Oh, nice ultimate. Shot by Hou-Yi. And Jin just raised his ultimate. Tried to force out Yixin's flash. And that makes the timing for Mai Shiranui to kick in. Got another insta-kill, but he was just being so deeply inside of Impunity's jungle. And that led Zhao Huaizhen to tie it up. So after all, it would be a 1 versus 1. It would be a 1-1 trade. Impunity know that they need to harass a little bit on RCG's farming pace because Jin needs time, need item, Mai Shiranui needs time, need item, and Marco Polo needs time and item. So it's more like, yeah, you're gonna be quite devastating doing those insta-kill. Yeah, you're capable to do that, but the key point is, once you got 3 core players from your own composition, it's quite expensive, you know? You need to cost a lot. It needs to cost a lot gold. But the gold is limited on the battlefield. How you're gonna spend them? Okay, Zhao Huaizhen, nice spot. Came from the rear. First ability, drag in Marco Polo and kill him. Because Marco Polo's Purifier already forced out by Yixin's ultimate. So that's the cue. Impunity, they can accelerate the pace right now. Byron got his flash available. Well, he trying to do something. Jin is be the one to sacrifice himself. Jin really wants to aim it at this Hou-Yi. Wow, that's gonna be such a bad news for RCG. Because they are capable to kill that Hou-Yi, but they need to have item. They need to have gold lead. But we can recheck the gold difference. Impunity actually gained the upper hand. They got 3,000 gold lead. So your composition needs to be based on such a great cost. And you got such a significant gold deficit. How are you gonna make it?
Red team has destroyed a turret.
And for Impunity, they're doing really great. The invasions that they did, try to harass Jin a little bit. And also, the great news for them is that not only Hou-Yi got his item, but also Cai Yan. Cai Yan is the key point for Impunity's composition. Never underestimate this little girl, you know, singing, playing this instrument, riding on this small handmade car. Never underestimate this little girl, because Cai Yan is gonna doing great protection. And here's some team fights happening. Impunity is just trying to grab away all those neutral monsters, grab away all those monsters, and the blue buff for sure. Again, like Cai Yan, once Cai Yan got like 2 items, she can not only provide armor defense or magical defense, but also HP recovery. And we can see Cai Yan already got 1 kills, 4 assists, and 3,000 gold. Not bad. Not bad for this support. RCG need to farm up because we can see Hou-Yi got 5,000 gold. Impunity can back into their comfort zone. Everyone play around this Hou-Yi. That's gonna be their strategy. Everyone surrounded by Up. Treat him like a prince, like a king. You're gonna be the king for Impunity. And Cai Yan would be the maid, you know? that duel. Purify has been forced up again. Yixin break his ultimate. Try to sweat RCG's people. block them away, and play around this whole E, try to take down all those towers. RCG seems a little bit lost right now. Byron flash in and played so aggressively, X0. Jin did a solo kill on Huaijun. Even wants to guard his own blue buff, but it has been taken away by Ishin. But nice try. It was because of TNX's own mechanics did that solo kill. Help RCG to slow down a little bit. It actually, you know, it actually gave more time for RCG to rethink about their strategy and to farm up. The only problem for RCG is that it's not that cost effective for their competition. It's really item dependent. So they need a lot of money. But their own monsters has been taken away. Their vision's totally lost. And you can't treat Xiangyu as a tank because Xiangyu's the HP bar is not that solid. So RCG, they really need to back off. Another ultimate goes directly on that Mai Shiranui. Mai has been taken so low. Without Mai, RCG need to back off. Their one assassin already been lost. Marco Polo's second ability tried to dash out. How they're gonna clean up all those minion waves? Flash in, nice one. Two people get controlled, but it's not enough. Up, flash away, and by this Tai's ultimate impunity, everyone's HP bar just slowly be recovered. It's really hard for RCG to fight back. It's too early for them to do this comeback. Unless that RCG, both Assassin and also Marco Polo, like 3 people dash in at the same time, get control on this Hoi and take him down, did an insta kill. That will help RCG to gain more time for them to farm up, or they're just gonna be slowly choked by impunity. You know, slowly, the vision's gonna be taken and they're gonna be choked. 10 minutes mark. And that's the reason why Impunity is trying to taking down this Shadow Overlord than that Tyrant. RCG, oh no! Jin is out of mana! Jin do not have enough mana! And Impunity, they just rotate down! And RCG, there's no way, but they're just trying... The only thing that they can do is give it away. Oh no, such a bad news for RCG. Double Dragon has been taken down by Impunity, and one for free because they just take it away. 10 minutes mark. Double Dragon. How RCG is gonna contest? How RCG is gonna deal this? Impunity tried to close out the game. They already got enough money. Everyone just playing around this Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi ultimate again targeted at Xiangyu. Vanguards came in. Jin tried to take this down, and Xiangyu's ultimate has been broken, but he just did an insta kill. Hou-Yi did an insta kill on this Xiangyu already. 2 people has been taken down by Impunity. Impunity got gold in advantage, they got numbers in advantage, and they got Vanguards in advantage. Another unstoppable achieved by Hou-Yi. They can just using those Vanguards try to close out the game. It's their match point, and everyone tried to come in, but it's too late. Impunity, 4 people still alive. Vanguards taken in and take down this crystal. Congratulations to Impunity on their match point, utilizing their Hou-Yi, being so confident and doing so great in the early game, helped them to build up such a great advantage, and they won the game finally with such a high superiority. Impunity clean up the battlefield and close out the game, the whole best of 5 by 3 versus 1. a really nice score by Impunity, and again Impunity take their own revenge on RCG, because last time when they played against with each other, RCG won it with 2-0. So Impunity, what a beautiful play today. The first game, the Dacha strategy, that was an art. They played the Dacha in such an artistic way. The game, like game 2, they faced a little bit difficulties, but game 3 they just buck up, and they know that the key point is not like how many core players you got. It's not like the more you have, that the better skills you can have, the better power you're gonna own. It's not in that way. It's more like RCG, they know that their marksman is trustworthy, so that's gonna be their comfort zone. They know that back in their comfort zone, they're just gonna play around by their marksman, buy this up, and they consist of their own strategy. Game 4, the same thing, play around this whole E, 100% trust, and up really being the superstar, not only from Impunity's side, but from the whole event. He's always be the first place of our MVP ranking, and that make the story, that tell the story. And let's dive into our data board. 5 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists. And something that I want to put on the spotlight is that Up is really rich. 10,000 gold. Look at Marco Polo, poor Marco Polo. He got like 3,000 gold deficit. And also Mike got 2,000 gold deficit, Jin got 2,000 gold deficit. So how they're gonna aim it at this whole E? Not even mention to Cai Yan's always been there. We know that we always, put Up, describing him as the hero, but also it also because of Megumi. It also because of his support. Like they have such a great synergy. The coordination is really tight. Like they always play as such a tight duo. The bottom lane, they're the best partner. They're the best partner. That's what Impunity did. Relying, highlighting at their bottom, and snowball the game. And again, our MVP goes to Up, the man with glory, the man with power. That's it. Impunity again, by using those heroes, by using Up's vast hero pools, help them to close out the game. And look at the damage taken, 11.7%. No damage are trying to be done. Oh, or we can put in another way, like RCG. Every single team fight we can see from the highlight is that they're trying to do so many things aiming at this whole E. But they do it one by one. They do it one by one. They're not like 3 people dashing together, try to do those explosive damage style, doing those insta kill. If they do it one by one, they're just gonna be killed by Hoi one by one. You can see like the battle line. The battle line, like everyone just surrounding Up. Everyone just surrounding him. And we can see this game end up with 3-1. Impunity in this best of 5. They won it with 3-1. But I need to say, like, I'm so sorry for RCG, because this matchup is the second round of our losers group. We are doing double elimination, but if they're in the losers group, that's gonna be the end for RCG. That's gonna be the end of their journey in our Honor of Kings Asian Weight event. They did a really great job because like in their regular season they got 10 wins, 2 draws and lost only 6 games. They made their way to our losers group and every single effort counts. It's more like they need a little bit more time. They need a little bit more time for RCG, and I know that they're gonna do better for the next time. And for this matchup, we're gonna have a short interview from one member from RCG, and let's see how he's gonna make his speech. Hi, we're gonna have a small interview with Tianxin and Yuhan from RCG. Hello， 先来和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
简单自我介绍一下吧。
Hello，
大家好，我是 RCG 的辅助游走位玉涵。
Hello， 大家好，我是 RCG 的打野位天下。
Yeah, it's really nice to see you guys. And we're gonna have a small interview. The first question will be like, it's not easy for you guys to make it till our this stage. So what kind of effort and what kind of strategy that you settled for this battle? 我们知道，就是其实打到这一步也是非常不容易的了嘛。那今天在对战到 Impunity 的时候，你们有没有去特地做哪些的准备，或者在这个自己的战术上面有没有做什么样的针对呢？
我们的战术就是我们想要针对他们的射手位，不要让他们打得这么舒服。可是我们可能做得不太好吧。
So they try to aim in at Op, the marksman from Impunity. That's the strategy that they set for today's matchup. But it seems like they didn't do it thoroughly, so they still made some mistakes. They feel a little bit regretful for that. 那第二个问题的话呢，想问一下，就是其实你们在这一次，像你作为打野位置的话，之前的很多野核英雄嘛，给大家留下了非常深刻的印象。那今天也看到你玩到了一些像阿塔这样的英雄，你们队内的话，自己有做什么样的一些调整吗？
调整的话是没有的，就单纯想用那个英雄去试图针对他射手位吧。
Okay. So the question was, we know that Tianxin is a really nice assassin player, but today he played heroes like Ata or some other heroes. So is there any specific strategy that they made or a rotation that they made? And Tianxin just said, no, they just, be consistent to their own strategies. It's only because they try to do some counterattack. So the last question would be like, how do you feel about the journey in our KAW and what's going to be your future goals? 那现在想问一下两位啊，就是在整个我们 KAW 的这个比赛过程当中啊，大家整体的比赛感受怎么样，以及大家在未来的一些目标是什么样子的呢？
比赛感受的话，非常的良好吧，感觉这个比赛就非常的
非
常的有竞技性，
感觉就是蛮紧凑的，就充满了刺激。
对，非常有竞技性。
那你们未来的计划呢？
未来的计划就是这个赛季拿个冠军。
哦，雨涵呢？也是吗？
对呀，就要复仇。
Okay. Okay. So they're quite satisfied with our KAW journey, and they said that everyone just being so competitive, and it was really fun to attending in this event. And for their future goal, definitely they want that champion for the next season, and they try to do their best. And we are really looking forward to seeing that. Hope you guys can make more progress and wait you guys to take revenge on your enemies. 感谢你们接受我们的采访然后也是非常期待你们在未来的一个表现啊，加油！谢谢。
好的，谢谢。
好。
Yeah, you can see they're quite chill. We're just expecting if you lose the game, you may a little bit upset or a little bit disappointed. but it's more like from their face we can see excitement. We can see like they said that they want to take revenge on impunity. They really set some strategies against impunity for today. It's more like they didn't play it well, but it doesn't matter. They can just came back. They can make their cool comeback for our next season, because our next season is gonna be really close. And for RCG, like both men, like they were just like really enjoying our event, and that's gonna be our main purpose. We hope that all of our players, participating in our event can really enjoy the game, and all of our audience can enjoy the game, and all of our game players can enjoy our game, because Honor of Kings is a really fun playing a mobile game. So it's really happy to see that they enjoy our game. And also, like, I know that some efforts has been made by this team. It's more like they need more time. I'm not worried about their mentality, or I'm not worried about their momentum. It's just like take a small break, a small break, and give themselves some time to improve themselves, and to know that how they're gonna execute the composition that coaches give it to them. So that's gonna be the key point. And also, like, for not only RCG, all of those teams that didn't show up in our playoffs, because in our playoffs that would be 6 out of 10, right? So 4 teams has been kicked out from the playoff, and for the next few matchups, another 2 teams gonna be eliminated. But for all those teams, I would say just enjoy the game, and just to make some progress. Every little progress account. And again, we really need to congratulate to Impunity, because Impunity, they won 3-1 against RCG, and I just can't wait to see what they're gonna say during our interview. And also, I can't wait to see those players. And here we are have X Hero with us, and please introduce yourself to our audience for the first time. Hi, X Hero， 先来和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Infinity 的边路蔡 Hero。
其实我在这一次 KAW 碰到你们队伍的时候啊，我当时就非常讶异，就是怎么 X Hero 跑到对抗路去玩了？就是你在参加这次 KAW 作为自己的转位置来说，有什么样的一个感受吗？
感觉压力很大，就是重新开始练一个边路，就跟新手一样，去了解很多那种经验之类的。
So the first question was, we know that when Impunity participated in our KIC, X Hero was played as the mage, as the mid laner, but we can see from our KAW event, X Hero rotate to the top, playing as a clash laner. So I'll ask his feeling about this rotation that he made, and X Hero just said it's really stressed because it's totally new to him, and he doesn't know how to play as a clash laner at the beginning. But since the event goes on, everything just been more and more chill for him. So the second question would be like, Impunity actually didn't like won several games in a row. You've been shut down by some of those enemies. Did you expect that situation would happen, and how did you deal with that kind of difficulties? 那我们知道 Impunity 其实在参加到这次 KAW 的时候，大家好多都是有一个很高期待的嘛，觉得 Impunity 应该会是一个一直连胜的状态但是看到你们在中间其实也会面临到一些困难，当时连胜也被中断，面临到这些问题的时候，当时队内是怎么样去解决的呢？
就尝试改变，就是教练改变我们的打法之类的，还有阵容那些。
So when they face those difficulties, they just try to adjust themselves, and the coach make some adjustment to their strategies and also to their compositions. So that helped them to move into the next stage. 那下一个问题的话呢，想问一下，就是你们接下来的话呢，会对到下一场比赛的这个胜者队伍嘛？首先就是你要不要自己也预测一下，你觉得哪支队伍可能会是你们家的这个对手啊？然后以及你们在接下来 KAW 的一个目标是什么？
我感觉下一个对手应该是 Nova 吧，因为他们的实力比较强一点。
Okay. So next round they're gonna play as one of those RTZ or Nova. So he made his own prediction that they may face Nova for the next round. And what's gonna be the goal for you for impunity in this game? 那你们的目标是什么呢？在 KW？
我感觉是冠军嘛，因为要把失去的都拿回来。
Okay. So the ultimate goal will definitely be that champion. Everyone that championship, and they want to take everything back since they face some difficulties. Okay, we're really looking forward to seeing that, and thank you for you to having our interview, and really looking forward to your future play. 感谢 X Hero 接受我们的采访，也特别期待你们接下来的一个表现，加油！
好的，拜拜。
I really like, doing those interview with X Hero because X Hero is, really modest, and he's really general. He's really like before in our KIC, the KIC journey, X Hero was playing as a mage, and now he's facing his own difficulties. And thanks to his own effort and also teamwork, impunity still gain the priority and still being so dominating in our journey. Okay, so this matchup end up with 3-1. Again, congratulations to Impunity move into the next stage. And the next game, we're gonna offer you guys RTZ play against Nova. After a short break, we'll be back.
Parece mais trabalho pra mim. Cadê você? Ai, não podem me ver aqui. O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei, fica tranquilo, tá sob controle. Ai, que burra! Deixa comigo. Tem que sair daqui. Ei, é perigoso aqui, vai! Ah, não, tudo bem, eu tô bem aqui. Lata velha! Você ainda tá aqui? Vai! Anda, foge. Mas... Eu vou te enfrentar!
Você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói
De um herói um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo. Fogo selvagem! Ai, que irado! Eu consegui fazer o fogo selvagem! Que irado! Eu consegui! Fogo! Ah, não! Eu tô pegando fogo! Eu fiz a fogo! Eu fiz!
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Hi everyone, welcome back. This is the 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Wave event. I'm today's caster Nora. And we just finished our match 1. Wow, that was really fun. Impunity versus against RCG, and Impunity win it with a 3-1. So, well, I lost my prediction. It didn't make up to like 3-2 or 2-3. But, again, I'll predict my own score for our match 2. When RTZ play against Nova, I would say that would be a 3-2 or a 2-3. I'm not bragging. It's because like we were doing that double round robin back into our regular season. And the first time when RTZ played against Nova, they end up with 2-0. But the latest one, when they met up with each other, they make it a tie. RTZ 1 versus 1 Nova. So that's something to do with today. And now we are trying to introduce all those players from both sides to you guys. First, we can see the lineup from RTZ. The lineup from RTZ is really interesting because RTZ they do rotate a lot. They rotate really a lot. Like the mid laner played as a marksman, and they have like 2 junglers to rotate a lot. And also like the mid laners played as a support. So everyone just went so chaotic from their own side. And for their enemies today, for their rivals, Nova is really different. The lineup is quite stable, and it always been the same for Nova's members. So the coordination would be really tight. And we can see here's our data comparison. Like both teams have really stunning data. If we scrutinize our data boards, would be like the Tyrant killing percentage. The Tyrant would be the one that spawned before 10 minutes. It's not Dark Tyrant, it's Tyrant. So why would we provide this data is because we can see both team has up to 90% of control percentage for that Tyrant, which means they are both doing great in the early game, playing aggressively, so they need that Tyrant to grant them the buff, and also the game always gonna be end with a really quick pace. So that's gonna be the key point. And here's some highlight. Here's some highlights that we can see in the previous games. Nova is really different. Like, this team is really unique. It's not about their coordination, not about those hero users. It's more like when the first time we saw Nova, they lost their game, and they even do not have any power to fight back. You know, they show their weakness. So that's gonna be my first impression towards Nova. But things just gonna be really different after they win several games. They got like 9 or 10 games in a row. That's insane, you know. So Nova, they really surprised us a lot. And for RTZ, they've always been known as the most dominating team so far in our event. They got 13 wins and 4 draws and only lost 1 game. So actually they secured their first place at our rankings. So that makes today's matchups be really, really tense. Let's wait and see. First game, RTZ on the blue side, Nova on the red, and RTZ is just gained this star child. RTZ is, you know, one of those teams who's be able to master this star child strategy, which would be really rare, because we know that in our KAW event, more people or more teams would be fancy with all those solid tanks, you know, 2 tanks or a 1 core marksman, those kind of playing style. But RTZ, from the first game in our KAW event, from regular season, even we're doing that best of 2, they're already using this star child strategy. So that's quite unique. Nova responds by this Gongsun Li and also Kai. Try to break up that Gongsun Li and Da Chao's composition. Won't let you to have such a dominating duo at the bottom. And we still don't know that this Fuzu is gonna play as a top laner or the marksman, because we just see that Impunity exactly using the same composition for our match 1, right? For the first match, the first game, game 1, Up was playing that Fuzu, and they use that main as the top. So will RTZ copy the same composition? That's gonna be a really interesting thing. Nova, Guan Yu. So I think the best way for Nova is to ban away that main, because we know that main is gonna definitely have the winning lane against Guan Yu. So yeah, Nova, ban away this main. I know that, you know, maybe you see, like RTZ and Nova, they definitely are there, you know, watching Impunity and RCG playing, you know, because we are doing double elimination. And for RTZ and Nova, actually this game is the final of our winners group. So good news to both teams is that they still got an extra life. Even though they lost the game, they're gonna play against Impunity for the final of our losers group, because we're doing double elimination. And the winner gonna have the first tickets to advance into our great finals. So that's gonna be the most important thing for both teams. And we can see how crucial it is for our final of winners group. So both teams definitely gonna be there, you know, just watching Impunity played. And Nova know that Impunity used the same strategy, so they just ban away this main. So the next question would be, this Fuzu is gonna play as a top, or this Fuzu is gonna play at the bottom, Nova ban away Charlotte. So both bans are just targeting at the Clash laner. They want Shen, they want this Guan Yu to have a dominant lane And here's a really interesting, I don't know if you guys notice it or not, because both Clash laners, both top laners are sharing the same ID, right? RTZ, their Clash laners called Shen, and so as Nova's top laners. Would that be a fortune? You know, it's called destiny. It's called destiny. And then you see like RTZ, they select this Huangzhong at the bottom, and that also means Fuzu is gonna play as a top laner. And with that monkey, well, I really like RTZ's choice for the first game. And Nova, not bad. I would say not bad because they have another strategy. Zhang Liang play as a support and Ganzhang play as the mid. It's another duo that we always see that is so-called Zhang Liang would use his ultimate to, suppress someone. And utilizing that suppression, Ganzhang's gonna come out with his first damage. So once they spot one man, they can deal insta-kill on that man by this duel. So Nova, instead of trying to doing those operations, trying to marching forward or managing all those lanes, minion waves, Nova, they're trying to do a more aggressive way. They're trying to play in a more aggressive way. You can see Gongsun Li, he's gonna take care of himself during the laning phase or during those skirmishes happening in the early game. And also, we should highlight Ganzhang and also Zhang Liang. We should put this duo under the spotlight. Because Guan Yu is just gonna play by himself, doing that 4-1 push. So where Zhang Liang goes would be the cue for Nova. Zhang Liang's gonna be the shot caller for this composition. And also, Nova's composition really relies a lot on Zhang Liang, and also really need to move one step further, one step forward, to take one step earlier to make sure that they can catch someone from RTG side. So, two different composition, two totally different playing style. Let's see how they're gonna execute it. Game 1, RTZ on the blue side, Nova on the red. I'm today's caster, Nora. This is the final of a winners group. Wow. I'm just being so thrilled about, when we are at the final. Once our stack is titled with this final, you just can't keep calm. You're just gonna be really excited about all those games and all those plays. And we can see time really flies. Because our event began at the 27th on April, and our regular season lasted for almost like 6 weeks or 7 weeks. And once we stepped into our playoffs, everything just happened in a second. And again, our great final will be held on 3rd of July. 3rd of June, actually. So that's gonna be the day after tomorrow. Well, Nova's composition will play proactively, but that's gonna be after upgrade to level 4. Especially for Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, this hero really needs his ultimate. So after all of those members from Nova's side upgrade to level 4, that's gonna be the cue for them to take further movement. Before that, everyone just gonna back off and farming up, clean up all those minion waves. And for RTZ is still waiting for Da Chao's ultimate. So that's why we're gonna see the gorge still being so peaceful. And now things gonna be different. We can see Zhang Liang tried to doing some ambush, but Huang Zhong already placed his second ability into that bush, providing him extra vision. The second ability matters a lot for this game for RTZ because their lack of vision at the bottom are so far. So Huang Zhong really need to place his bombs cautious. RTZ is just waiting for Da Chao's calling. Slash in. Wow, really? Nova's gonna play in such aggressive way? Because like it's not easy for them to initiate in the mid, you know, in the mid because like the mid lane tower is still there, and Haya won't be, you know, too overstaffed, and not even mentioned to Haya is still available with her flash. So the first round, I would say RTZ win because Zhang Liang is really relying on his flash. Whoa, surprise and ultimate came up. That's the duel that we caught. But Fuzi using his flash didn't die. Tough guy. Flash for Fuzi. And that's gonna be some shortage that Nova has because we know that burst damage is insane. But the thing is that they really need to gain the priority. They need to move quicker than RTZ, and also they need to gather together on time. You know, every single step needs to be followed up one by one. Oh, Muxi. Gonzalo is just rotate on the top, gaining this red buff, and surprise down Fuzi again without the flash. There's no way for Shen to get out of this round. Nova again showing their aggression and just playing proactively. They know that they don't want peace. They don't want peace. They just try to suppress. They try to do the burst damage and again stab in, but with this ultimate, he can just get away of this engagement. But from now on, everyone just gonna slow down. RTZ, if they want to do something, we would put Fuzi under the spotlight. Fuzi matters a lot because if RTZ want to fight, they need Fuzi to ultimate in and bound Ganjiang or bound Gongsun Li. So that's gonna be the key point for RTZ. And for Nova, they already take down the outer tower on the top side. So the next thing that Nova is gonna do is try to back up and farm up. They know that they already got the vision control, they already got the priority to pushing forward using those minion lanes, but it's not easy to snowball the game. If they want to snowball the game, they need to shut down Huang Zhong. But we can see where Huang Zhong is. The position. He's quite secured. He's hiding behind the first tower, the mid lane tower. So there's no way for Nova to catch Huang Zhong and take him down. And once Huang Zhong's still alive, there's no way for Nova to take down this first tower in the mid. And once the mid lane tower is still standing there, there's no way for Nova to snowball the game. So Nova, instead of just trying to doing some skirmishes, they're just trying to back up and try to farm up. They need Muzi, they need this marksman Gongsun Li to have his red buff and trying to shred down some damage, some HP bars, trying to do some poking damage. And they can do some invasions to the field. And here we go. Surprise! Just being so careless. Has been taken down. We can see Fuzi already been taken down, and we can see another people has been dragged in by Haya. It was Kai, and a nice control. 3 people just been knocked up, but no more damage can be followed up by RTZ. What a pity. So we can see Nova trying to do some invasions in RTZ's field, and they can keep doing that actually. They can keep doing that. They can clean up all the side lanes and then go directly into their field. It would be RTZ to play defensively, since they are not able to contest Nova in the mid game. We can scrutinize those compositions again. What Nova got? They got Zhang Liang with this Ganzhang. They got this Gongsun Li. So they're gonna be really dominating, really powerful in the early game because the burst damage is explosive. But for RTZ, the only one that can stand out in this stage would be Monkey. And Monkey is not those heroes that can deal massive damage during the team fight. He can do the split up push and providing some small control ability, but no more. Monkey is the one to gain more time for RTZ to farm up, because Monkey can do the split up push, but not Fuzi, because Fuzi is not able to contest Nova right now. Nova is just trying to pushing forward on the side lanes, you know. And Zhang Liang's always gonna be at the side lane because the burst damage is enough. Let's watch our item board. We can see Gosuni already got 7,000 gold. And here we go, step in. That was the Guan Yu trying to do the constant control, and Kai just dash in. And the 2 people has been killed by RTZ, and RTZ, it was a 0-4 trade. That's what we said. Like, there's no way for RTZ to contest Nova. There's no way for them to contest Nova. They're just being so powerful. Not even mentioned to the gold lead. And also, it only because of this Zhang Liang. This Zhang Liang's ultimate suppress someone, and Gongsun Li and also Ganzhang's burst damage is so insane. By this engagement, Nova just expand their gold difference to up to 4,000 gold lead. That's a lot. That's a lot. And they just need to, you know, do not commit any mistake. Slowly to do some poking damage and help them to gain more visions and taking down all those outer towers.
Destroyed a turret.
But again, Nova's gonna face the same difficulties as Impunity did for the first game, for the first matchup, is that how they're gonna take down that high ground tower. Because Wang Zhong's really good at guarding all those high ground towers, and Nova's composition, once they're trying to squish in, but those high ground towers still be there, Wang Yu's gonna be really difficult to, you know, to sneak into the rear and try to initiate the game. And it's really difficult for Nova's people to get access to Wang Zhong. So RTZ, actually they should just calm down. They should just calm down, and they know that they should protect Wang Zhong. Clean up all those minion lanes. Just like this one. RTZ, they really need to play carefully, because Wang Zhong, he already got his Daybreaker. If it's not RTZ themselves to come out and try to do something, you know, really aggressively, it still be safe. They're still secured. I know that they are a little bit hurried into maybe fight for those dragons or fight for those resources, but they don't need to rush into those things because, like Huang Zhong, his item's quite good and is nearly decked out. But the problem is they need to wait for the other people. You know, it's not balanced. Like their gold isn't equalized. I mean, Gongsun Li is also nearly decked out, but that also means the rest of the allies for Gongsun Li still got enough equipment. But for RTZ, they try to prioritize Huang Zhong's farming, so they sacrifice the other teammates from RTZ side. So they still need to wait. Still need to wait until Monkey and Fuzi is tanky enough. And Nova knows that it's really hard to take down all those high ground towers, so maybe they will just go for that Shadow Overlords that will spawn after 30 seconds. So let's just wait for another 30 seconds, and Nova will take down that Shadow Overlord. And the point is that how they're gonna utilize all those vanguards, especially the strongest one. You know, if they manage it well, they can just, you know, let all those vanguards arriving simultaneously and try to poking down those damage and try to take down this high ground tower. That's gonna be the plan set for Nova. Here we go. Trying to take this Shadow Overlord. 5,000 gold. And this is gonna be the biggest chance for Nova to close out the game, because since the time goes on, it would be more and more struggling for Nova to win the game. I'm not, you know, criticize or something. It's due to those compositions and analyzing. It's because, like, since the time goes on, Nova's burst damage won't be that enough, because Fuzi or Monkey is tanky enough to survive from your surround, and that makes Huang Zhong some room to do the output. So this is gonna be the biggest chance for Nova. Howling Ambulance, trying to gain the vision control, trying to suppress someone. But you can see RTZ, they're just fighting so behind out their high ground towers. Everyone just almost, you know, being so close to their crystals. Thanks to Huang Zhong's ultimate, giving them such a huge attacking range. And here we go, Nova managing 3 vanguards arriving at the same time. And how they're gonna deal with it? Aiming at the high ground tower on the top. Are they gonna take it down or not? Oh, they lost their first chance. What about the second one? 6,000 gold lead. That's significant. But how they're gonna using all those vanguards? They need one high ground tower to create a space for Guan Yu to sneak in. If all those high ground towers still be there, how they're gonna get access to this Huang Zhong? Bottom lane has been claimed. Mission complete. What about the mid? Trying to flash in, trying to cage in someone, but he just took in so many damage and he's almost been taken down. Fuzi sacrificed himself and everyone tried to aim in at this Huang Zhong, but Huang Zhong is still alive. Huang Zhong's back to his own fountain trying to gain his HP recovery, but Nova's side, 4 people still alive, so this is gonna end up with a 1 trade for 3. And moreover, Nova take down this first high ground tower. Mission complete. That's what they want to do. And even better is that they take 3 members down from RTZ side. it was such a great relief for Nova. But they know that it's not enough. They're really eager to take down those high ground towers on the side lanes. You know, side lanes always gonna be the first option for you to aim in at, because the Tempest Dragon, which gonna spawn after 2 minutes at the 20 minutes mark, it's gonna spawn randomly. You know, on both camps. You don't know it's gonna spawn on the upper side of the map or the bottom side of the map. So the best thing for you to do is that to take all those high ground towers on the side lanes down, so that you're gonna have super minion waves on the side lanes, which gonna gain you the priority of the minion waves, and so that gain you the priority to vie for that Tempest Dragon. That's why the silent high ground tower is so crucial. Howling an ambulance again, trying to gain the vision control. It's there's 2 ways for you to using this equipment. You know, gain you like extra movement speed. One thing is that you can use it to catch someone, if you know that. And the second thing is what Zhang just used it to clean out all the space, to make sure that there's no one hiding in those bushes. Make sure that no one's hiding there and secure your jungler to take down all those dragons. And now Nova's waiting. Nova's waiting for this Tempest Dragon. And since they got that Shadow Vanguards in their hand, they can just release the strongest one on the opposite side lane of the Tempest Dragon. So RTZ, they need to face 2 options. This is gonna be the intersection of their choice. Fuzi already break his ultimate, so there's no more control ability from RTZ's side. He just wastes his ultimate on that guy. That's gonna be the Q for Nova. RTZ know that they can't easily let Nova to pushing forward. They need the vision control, so now they're stepping a little bit overstep. But thanks to Monkey, as we mentioned, in the late game, RTZ's composition is really solid. The front laners, 2 tanks. Both Monkey and Fuzi is tanky enough to contest Zhang Liang's burst damage. But Huang Zhong just being really careful. He didn't show up. Even though Fuzi and Monkey is tanky enough, but they still need this Huang Zhong. And who's the one that Huang Zhong's most afraid of? Definitely gonna be Guan Yu. Some skirmishes happening on the top, and ultimate aim. Fuzi, really nice ultimate cage in Zhang Liang, but what about Guan Yu? Guan Yu tried to support his allies, but he just being dragged in by this Haya. Without Guan Yu, Huang Zhong just being really comfortable. Huang Zhong's doing constant damage and another damage, but Guan Yu just need to revive again. He's just been teleported back by Da Chao. But they are the 2 members that left from RTZ's side. Nova got 5 members gathering together, and also Mutsi. Mutsi is really healthy. The healthy bar looks really good, and also Ganjiang's healthy bar looks really good. And their super minion was spawning in the mid lane. Still need 18 seconds for Monkey to revive. What about RTZ? The duel. Dajou has been suppressed, and Huang Zhong tried to flash in, giving his support, but that's not enough. The super minion was already in the crystal, even though Huang Zhong killed 3 people, but the crystal has been taken down. Game 1, congratulations to Nova. It was a really beautiful game. I mean, like, for Nova's composition, really, you know, relied a lot on their own transitions. They need to know that what kind of position, what kind of spot that their enemy is gonna have. And also Zhang Liang, I really want to highlight this Zhang Liang because Zhang Liang's ultimate matters a lot. It was because of Zhang Liang's ultimate that helped suppress some crucial member from RTZ's side and led his core players, both Gongsun Li and also Gan Zhang, to come up with their burst damage. Take one man out of the battle would be the main point for Nova. And it's all because of Nova's own sensations and own mechanics. And remember that rotation that they did before 4 minutes? They know that Gongsun Li would be that somehow useless at the bottom if he tried to do this 1v1 against Wang Zhong. So they don't want peace, they want fight. They just rotate Gongsun Li on the top, gave him the red buff and let Gongsun Li to open a window for Nova. So actually from the 2 minutes till the 20 minutes, it was Nova try to lead the game, and they do lead the game. If it's not because of Huang Zhong, this marksman, even I think Nova can even do better. They definitely can do better and snowball the game till the end. It's only because of the Huang Zhong that, the best guardian of the high ground tower that slowed down Nova's pace. And I just feel so happy about Nova because Nova, they didn't begin the journey with a victory. They began it with a 0-2 defeat, and that was the one when they play against RTZ. It's really interesting. The first game that Nova had in our KAW journey was play against RTZ. At that time, they defeat RTZ won it with such a super high superiority, like 2-0. But the last time when they met up, because we were doing double round robin, Nova make it a tie. And this turn, when we go into our final of winners group, the best of 5, Nova won the first game. So while Nova won it with 3-0, I don't know. I'm now really, curious about how great Nova can be. Because for the game 1, I would say it's not because RTZ, the player, is not good at playing those heroes or something. It's more like they don't know how to execute this strategy. It's not like the Dacho strategy that we see Impunity playing for the first game. RTZ, once they lost their priority on the bottom, on the top lane, on the top side of the map, RTZ even can't do the split up push. They're just forced to hiding under their high ground towers and just being forced to eat all those minions, but no more resources. So the gold difference was significant. Alright, we can see this time MVP goes to Mutsi. He's Gongsun Li. Yeah, it was his Gongsun Li. Again, it was because of his rotation that opened a window for Nova. Because Nova know that there's an alarm set for their composition. The clock's ticking. Alright, let's rewatch the highlight. You can see, like, from the highlight, actually Nova just leading the game whole time. From the first rotation, gave Gongsun Li the red buff and trying to rotate her on the top side of the map. We can see like how many rounds that Nova just aiming at this Fuzu on the top side of the map. You can see like 2 ganks, if I'm correct, 2 ganks in 2 minutes, you know. That was really great. That was really great, because if you want to make it till the end, if you want that championship, how we're gonna evaluate whether this team is good or not is that how detailed that they can do by every minute. Again, our game, Honor of Kings, is really high tempoed. We can see that the longest game maybe would be like 33 minutes or 32 minutes, but usually it will be end up within 20 minutes, and that's the main point why we got that Tempest Dragon on 20 minutes mark. We want to close out the game within 20 minutes, you know. So we put that that furious big monster creature at 20 minutes mark. So actually our game is really high tempoed. That requires our players to be sensitive about every single timing, every single chance, and that's Nova just seized from game 1. So game 2, let's see. Both side has been changed. Nova on the blue side, RTZ on the red. Nova, they are really in good state. So what about RTZ? I'm really curious about RTZ's selection right now, because last time their selection would be more like a little bit idealistic, you know. I mean, the front lane is quite solid, and the core is big enough because they got Hongzhong, but it's still a little bit idealistic because they try to do a lot of counter-attack during the laning phase. Moreover, I would say RTZ, they should have more solid composition. For example, right now they're just putting out this Garo, giving this Yixing, trying to say that, okay, we're gonna give up the early game. We're gonna go for that late big team fight because Garo is strong enough, is dominating enough in the late game. So how Nova's gonna respond? If they're confident enough, they can just build up a composition that can be really devastating in the early mid game, you know, try to close out the game within 15 minutes. Or they're gonna go for another way to have another late game marksman to say like, okay, let's go for that late game. And as so far, I would say Nova tend to play for the first choice because they got main and Shimonshi really devastating in the early mid game. And RTZ, since they already picked out this Garo, they're gonna build up a composition to be really late game. And also during the laning phase, Sanchi is gonna provide constant HP recovery to this Garo. So they're gonna have another tank on the top. Maybe it's gonna be Ata, or it's gonna be Montier. Alright, Montier has been banned away. But the main point is that RTZ needs someone tanky enough to stand in front of Garo. And also the jungler needs to be strong in the early game, or Nova will do a lot of early invasions. So Nova, they're really doing great in the Vampik phase. We mentioned about like RTZ, the best choice for them to be at the tank, you know, for the top side will be Monty, and it has been banned away. And another thing that we just mentioned about is that RTZ need a core jungler, but still needs to be strong enough in the early game to contest Nova. That would be Miyamoto Musashi, and it has been banned away. Well, Nakaruru would be great, but if RTZ go for that, Nakaruru will make them too weak in the early game, you know, too weak. So they will left their jungler as a question. First, Sheldon at the top, not bad. Or maybe they will let this Xiaohouden to be a flex pick. Xiaohouden can both play as a jungler and also the top laner in this patch. Nova, interesting. The final 2 picks is like, okay, we're gonna do it for late game. So this game's gonna end up within 18 minutes, I would say. 18 up to 18 minutes. Garo and also Huang Zhong, both marksmen gonna be really good at the laning phase. You know, everyone just keep safe, everyone just keep comfortable. Oh, so actually they rotate the Xiaohouden to the jungler and got another warrior on the top. The reason why they try to have a warrior on the top is because they need someone to deal some damage on this Huang Zhong. Again, you know, the same cliche, the same classic question, how you're gonna approach Huang Zhong. And the answer for RTZ would be Charlotte. Charlotte and Yixing. Yixing's ultimate cage in Huang Zhong. Charlotte flash in using her second ability, and also maybe paired up with this Xiaohouden. Everyone while aiming at Huang Zhong. And the same as Nova. Main and also Zhao Huaizhen's gonna aim in at Garo. But the difference is that in the late game, I mean over 18 minutes or over 15 minutes, it would be much more easier for RTZ to get access to Huang Zhong. But for Nova, it's really hard to touch Garo because main and also Huaizhen is really weak in the late game, and the attacking range is quite short. But it can be seen that everything just went peaceful in the early game. But Nova really need to do something in the early game. Let's see. For second game 2, Nova on the blue side, RTZ on the red. And if Nova win this game, that will help them to gain the match point. And that's gonna be a huge threat putting on RTZ. We know that both composition need time to farm up, but the difference is that in the early game, whoa, Garo has been forced out the flash. Well, the difference is that Nova, we need to put this Shenmengxi under the spotlight. Among 10 heroes, Shenmengxi would be the one to lead the game and to break the balance. Wherever Shenmengxi go will help Nova's members to build the advantage. And here we go. Since Garo do not have flash, just rotate down. Nice gank. That's what we said. And that lyric that we hear from Shenmengxi, if we translate it into English, would be, I know you're in a hurry, but please calm down. And now the balance has been broken. Garo can't contest Huang Zhong anymore during the laning phase. Unless RTZ just, 5 people together try to do some ganks on this Huang Zhong. But they won't do that. Because if they just put in too much effort aiming at Huang Zhong, they're gonna ignore main. That's not gonna be a good idea. Because main, in the mid and early game, he's gonna be dominating just like this one. Pull Shallow back. Shallow has been taken extremely low. He's gonna lose the priority to clean up all those minion lanes. And if Main just using those minion waves to pushing forward, how Shallow's gonna handle it? They're trying to do some ganks, but they didn't even force out Huang Zhou's flash. So RTZ lost in this round, but Shi just trying to play as an assassin. He's just being overconfident because the only hero that he matched was Yixin, and Yixin's passive helped him to get a void of that fatal strike done by Shi. Shi's death would be some bad news for Nova, because as we mentioned in the early game, Shi would be the one, be the engine of the competition. And he has been taken down, so RGZ, they can gain it back. They can gain the control back. They got Xiaohodun play as a jungler, so they got the vision control. Again, we don't need to hurry into this game because at least it's gonna be like 15 minutes. Some skirmishes will be done, but not fatal. Flash has been forced out. Shi didn't came on time. What about the bottom lane? Well, first let's watch the top side of the map. But we know that Zhao Huaizhen is not a good hero to initiate. I mean, he's quite good doing those melee fights, try to initiate, but it's really hard for him to get access to the back laners. So that's the reason why Zhao Huaizhen always paired up with Charlotte or paired up with Byron.
Has destroyed a turret.
Since it's already been at 5 minutes, so Nova just playing around with this Huang Zhong, try to pressure on a little bit on those lanings. Nova just can keep pushing. They can keep pushing because the only hero that can do something bad on Huang Zhong would be Charlotte. But we can see Charlotte just being so busy to tussle with Main. If Charlotte is not at the battlefield, Huang Zhong's gonna be really secured. And there's no big difference by the gold. Oh, let's see. Man, aim it at Garo. Garo has been taken down. Oh my god. Garo has just been taken down in such an easy way. RTZ, it seems like it's been so peaceful in the early game that led them to lower their guard. Why would Garo be at that position? Main still on the top side of the map. That's gonna be such a bad news for RTZ because Garo's been taken down, but Huang Zhong still be there. Huang Zhong's just farming up quite good, and slowly, the gap gonna be showed. The gap gonna be built. RTZ got the shadow, the tyrant. Man, again aiming at this Garo, but this time Garo just clear enough and careful enough flash out. But 2 flash has been forced out by Main alone. we can see Shen from Nova. Okay, not Shen from RTZ. Like Shen from Nova. He's playing really good with this main. We know that main need to play aggressively. Wait, RTZ, they set a trap, but this is a single support. A support without flash try to set a trap. What about Xiao Dun came in, knocked up. But Huang Zhong has been taken down, so there's no more damage can be done by Nova's side. What about this main? Main has been kicked up. He has been kicked up by this Charlotte, so that's gonna end up with a triple kill goes to Charlotte. Things are different right now. Since Shen from RTZ side got another triple kill. I would say RTZ even it up. Nearly 9 minutes. Even gold and 5-4 kills is not big deal. And we can see from this triple kill, Shen from RTZ already got 1000 gold lead against Shen from Nova. And we've mentioned that before, right? Since the time goes on in the late game, it's easy for Charlotte to get access to Huang Zhong, but it's not easy for main to get access to Garo. That's gonna be the point. Try to initiate, but Huaizhen just missed his first ability. And now it's gonna be RTZ's time to chill. Wow, the 10 minutes mark. The 10 minutes mark is gonna be crucial. Because we can see the goal difference isn't that significant. So the 10 minutes mark, at the 10 minutes mark, both team has the power, has the ability to contest. So the result of this crucial team fight will have such a great impact in the late game. Then we can see another ultimate aiming at Ishin, and Ishin has been taken down. Ishin is absent from the game. And what about the Dark Tyrant has been taken by Nova, granted by this buff. And we can see this Xiahou Dun try to take in his damage on this Huang Zhong, but Huang Zhong just flashed out, and Huang Zhong doing constant damage. And Charlotte aiming at Huang Zhong. Will he kill him? He's on rampage. Huang Zhong has been taken down, so this gonna end up with a 1 versus 5. Nova granted by that Dark Tyrant buff. They sacrificed this Huang Zhong, but they win it by a big team fight. The result seems so optimistic by Nova. Because from the beginning it was not even. At the beginning, Ishin has already been absent from the battlefield, so that was a 5 versus 4. Not even mentioned to Nova gain the Tyrant buff. They gain the Dark Tyrant buff to help them deal extra damage. From one team fight, the goal difference up to 3,000. That is what our game looks like. Every single chance matters. And Nova can pressure more on RTZ. Drag someone in. That was poor Ishin again, but thanks to his passive can only allow him to get a void of ultimate from Zhao Huizhen, but not ultimate from Shimongxi. And there's a solo fight in the mid, but if Charlotte is absent from the battlefield, who's gonna deal with this Huang Zhong? Who's gonna take this Huang Zhong down? And we can see the solo fight end up with a 5 versus 1. Charlotte has been taken down again, so that's gonna be the best choice for Nova to close out the game. Another initiation has been down, flash out has been forced, and Xiahou Dun tried to get access to this Huangzhou, but he just been bombed up by all those enemies thanks to this Xiaohoudun. But this minion wave has already get into this crystal. Congratulations to Nova. Match point has been taken by Nova. There's only one single game can let Nova to have the first tickets going to the final. Everything just turned up in a second. We can see both teams, they farm up for over like 10 minutes, right? But it's all because of that 10 minutes mark. It's all because the 10 minutes mark, Nova did a really nice initiation, make it 5 versus 4 at the beginning, and then take down the Dark Tyrant, granting them extra damage down, help them to ace their rivals. And that's where the gap has been built. Nova's performance for today is more like they are not just focusing on one single strategy, and also they're not relying on one single marksman or jungler or player. That's different with Impunity, because Impunity we know that they just depending on their marksman, but Nova, like, we should analyze a little bit about what makes Nova be so dominant in our event. They don't have really much standouts by a single individual player. It's more like they have variety of their own compositions. Like every single player can stand out. Every single player can shoulder up the responsibility to do the output damage. And also the coordination. Like the coordination is really tight. They know that what exact time what things should be done. And they're being really sensitive about every single mark in our game, like 2 minutes mark, 10 minutes mark, and also like 20 minutes mark. They know that what they want. That helped them to build such a great advantage in those games. And let's check our data board. And also, I want to put Shen on the spotlight. Both Shen, both Main and Charlotte. We see like Shen from Nova, like this Main just played really well by his own mechanics. So that helped Main to gain himself a winning lane during the laning phase against Charlotte. And also, he's constantly doing some annoying ganks on Garo and also on Sanchi, and helped Nova to build such a great advantage. But for RTZ, Shen from RTZ, this Charlotte, it was because of Charlotte's triple kill that they did on the top, help RTZ to, gain more time. Because at that time, Nova was trying to play around Huangzhou and keep pushing forward. And it was because of Charlotte to do that triple kill to take down that Huangzhou and gain themselves more time. But it was not enough. It was definitely not enough. It's not enough for you to rely on single one core players to help your team, to turn the table around. And this time, MVP goes to Shen from Nova. Just like what we said, this Main played really good. This Main just, 0 dash, 6 kills, and all those small things that he did, all those small achievements that he made in the early game helped Nova to gain the priority in the mid, and even for that Dark Tyrant, which helped them to close out the game. Like this gang he did, he just used Sanchi as a paddle, and jump over Sanchi, aim it at Garo, did the gank. Really smart. Alright, this gonna be a big problem for RTZ because now Nova has already got that match point. It's not like what we said, like once they got the match point, there's no way for RTZ to make it a tie. No, it's not like that. But still, it's gonna have a huge impact on RTZ's mentality, like their players' mentality about, alright, we only got one chance. If we lost the game, we lost the ticket. We lost the ticket to the finals. Though, again, we're at the winners group, the final of the winners group. The losers still gonna have an extra life to play against Impunity, gaining the last tickets to our finals. But still, who don't want to get the first ticket? Who don't want to secure their place to the finals? And also, if you lost a game, it's gonna be you're gonna play against Impunity tomorrow, and you wanna have enough time to do some research on your rivals, right? Because the final is gonna be held at the day after tomorrow. So the one team who win the game for today will have the first tickets and will have an extra day to let them do some research on their rivals. So everyone definitely want to have the first ticket. So the pressure is on RTZ right now. It's great pressure. How they're gonna face like 2 match points that Nova have. Actually, that would be 3 match points that Nova have, and help them to tie it up. This round, RTZ on the blue side, Nova on the red. And also RTZ need to ban away this Luba Master, or they can use this Luba Master. If they didn't ban away, that means RTZ they want to vie for that Luba Master. And what hero that they're gonna pair up with this Luba Master? Maybe Jirenjie or Luba number 7. What about Nova? Nova still got Yixing for their mage. But since RTZ already used that, so Nova didn't need to rush in to pick that Yixing, but Yixing would be a really nice choice for Nova. Yixing or Zhao Jun, both great. Or maybe they can just, use that Zhao Jun. Because RTZ didn't use Zhao Jun before, so it's a common pick. First go for that Zhang Fei and Luna. Wow, that was so confident. That's so confident because like if you show up Luna in such an early stage, that will let RTZ to try to do some counter-attack. And the reason why they show up is not only because of the confidence, but also like they know that you're gonna pair up with Luba Master with another marksman which is immobile, and Luna would be a really tricky assassin hero for RTZ's people to tackle. And as we mentioned, Zhao Jun has been taken by RTZ. Mengya. Well, it's not bad. I mean, like the logic, right? Ben Pig has a lot of logic. For Nova's choice, it's more like they know that they already had their match point, so they're confident enough. So they don't want to play by some like tactics on the Ben Pig face. They just want to bring out all the things that they have. They want to all in. Using all those heroes that they're confident with and play in such a fast pace, once you take out this Mengya. But the point is, RTZ can ban away Yixing, right? They can ban away Yixing, and also they can targeting at the mage. Yingzhen, another choice. That's true. Because if Nova got Yingzhen with this Mengya, they can just doing this pushing strategy. Yixing still out there. Yixin has been banned away. So what kind of hero that Nova's gonna use for their mage? That's something that I'm really curious about. If they're confident enough, 上官婉儿, what about 上官婉儿? If they're gonna play this kind of style, why not just choose like 5 heroes that's gonna dash in? 上官婉儿 with another 廉颇 on the top, you know what I mean? Like 廉颇 on the top. Oh, Nuwa, yeah, I forgot this. This is one of those Nova's individual hero pool. They really like this Nuwa pick. And the same, Nuwa's gonna do burst damage. Lament Otter. I would say Lam is not bad, but the jungler from RTZ, need to shoulder up the responsibility because it's not easy for Lam to play in this game. It's good, but relies on a lot of money. 廉颇 on the top that we mentioned before. Well, again, when I'm casting this KAW, I really think maybe I should, I should apply for that coach position. Maybe next time I wouldn't be the caster, I would be one of those coach for maybe among 10 of the teams. I would just choose one. Anyway, again, back on track for Lime. It's good, it's not bad, but this time Lime need money. It's only like at least Lime need to have 1,000 gold in lead. Can let this hero to play in what kind of style that RTZ want. What they want is trying to let Lime to being stable, to do those substantial damage down during the late during the game. But the point is, Lime need money. Lime need at least 1,000 gold lead against Luna. The same as Luna. Luna, this hero, he's gonna be quite good. Has such a great high ceiling. But the point is, Luna need money too. So the strategy is gonna be quite same. That RTZ, they're gonna do this 4-1 push. They're gonna let Lime to have all those monies on the top side of the field, and so do Nova. Nova's gonna let Lianpo to rotate at the front too with our top, and let Luna to have all those minion waves on the top side. So that's gonna be the same. And let's go. Dive right into our game 3. RTZ on the blue side, Nova on the red. And again, though we're doing double elimination, this is the Nova's match point. If Nova win this game, that will let Nova to have the first ticket go straight into our finals. And the loser of this best of 5 gonna play against Impunity to gain for the last ticket. I'm your caster Nova. Oh, sorry. I'm your caster Nora. 1 minute more. I'm just going, too deep into casting this game. Keep saying Nova. The laning phase is gonna be quite peaceful, so everyone just can calm down, grab some crisps, grab a bottle of water, no rush. Oh! What? Why would Sun be at that place? I mean, like, we see this kind of stuff happening twice. Last game when he's playing Garo, he's a little bit overstep, and this time when he played this Luna number 7, the same thing just happened. Trying to pull Luna back, but that's gonna be a bad news for Lem. Limbo trying to ultimate in and trying to flash out, but he's just being a little bit too much. But here comes Nuwa. Wow, that was a really nice support. Nuwa just trying to use his third ability, and when he teleported down, he can stun all those enemies. That was a really great rescue. And now things gonna be totally different. seems gonna be totally different. The balance has been breaking. But again, I don't want to point my finger on some players, but still, Son, like the marksman from RTZ, he really needs to play in a careful way. Like it's happening again and again. But he needs to know that he's carrying the responsibility that he needs to do those output. And for those junglers, as we've analyzed before during the Bampick phase, that if for both jungler, who got the gold lead, who got the chance to showcase. 3 minutes. And they're finding this Ruba number 7 force out the flash. And I really like the way that Nua's playing right now. His third ability. So here's the trick. If you want to play Nua well, you need to use your third ability to do some control. To do some control, you know, because once you teleport down, you can stun your surrounding enemies. Luban bring his ultimate, but it's not enough. And if we see the mini map, we can see just like what we analyzed before. Ow! He won't die. He won't die because he take a sip of HP recovery. By that recovery, little small green button that you got when you're playing this game. Now it's really hard for RTZ. It's really hard for RTZ to handle right now. Nova ultimate and another ultimate, like 3 ultimate dive right on this Luban number 7. Poor boy. He don't have any flash and there's like 3 control ability put in on this Luban number 7. How he's gonna survive? How is he's gonna escape from that? And even worse is that Nova just taken away this red buff. See? So this is the thing that we've analyzed before during the Bampick phase. First, the position is gonna be quite same, like 4-1 push, right? Lime and Luna is gonna on the top. But the point is, both jungler, whoever got the money, whoever got the gold lead, have the time to showcase, and that's what we saw from the last skirmishes happen on the top. Because Luna got 1000 gold lead, so he can easily deal that tower dive and kill that long. So things are going to be really hard for RTZ right now. How they're going to guard their field. From Nova's composition, they can just, you know, snowball the game. They can easily snowball the game. There's 3 ultimate and 3 control abilities. The CC was insane. So by those 2 tanky frontliners, Nova can try to get invade into RTZ's field. Block in. This John Fei break his ultimate, trying to do some CC control. Minion waves has been teleported in, so the outer tower can be taken down. Oh, nice drag! It was such a great initiation, but the damage isn't enough. The burst damage isn't enough. By taking out the outer tower, they just take away this blue buff. Everything seems so good on Nova. The red boss trying to skirmish, and now Nova is just being so powerful. Like, how RTZ is gonna contest Nova in 7 minutes? Mongya's really great right now. He's just breaking out his ability, constantly doing those fire powers. Here comes Lan, aiming at this Mongya. He tried to take down this Mongya. Really nice position, and he just find the timing. That was good. That was good. And from this time, from now on, RTZ can gain more time to, you know, take a break. Take a break, try to slow down the pace, try to gain more time for Luban number 7 to farm up. They don't need to worry about the mid lane since they got Zhao Jun to play as a mage. Luban number 7, ultimate in, down by a nice CC. Break out the ultimate, but here comes Lime, another constant damage. 1-1 trade, even want to chase up. Here comes the Luban master and dragging his son. That CC was nice. You see, like, Luban master break his ultimate, pull Luna back, and directly come up with the second ability by Zhao Jing to freeze Luna. But still, Nova got 3,000 gold lead. For Nova, they don't need to rely on Mengya actually. I know that Mengya is going to be really powerful in this period, but more is about how they're going to secure Luna, because Luna is the richest person right now on the battlefield. Luna didn't know that Lam is hiding in that bush, but it's not easy for Lam to do that solo game, because he still got like 1,000 gold deficit against Luna. Nova is really eager to take down all those second towers on both side lanes, because they know that they can't aim it at the mid lane tower since RTZ got Zhao Jun play as a mage, which is really great at cleaning up all those minion waves. So the solution about the situation is that they want to take down all those side lane towers. Once the silent tower has been taken down, they can just let Zhang Fei or Lian Po to standing behind their mid lane towers, help them to, you know, take down that mid lane tower. Luban has been blocked away. The firepower is insane. Ultimate has been broken. Nova tried to take away that blue buff, but the blue buff was given to Mengya. Mutsi was like, okay, I'm actually just, you know, slightly doing some basic tag. I tried to help you to, you know, take that blue buff. But Luna was like, alright, never mind. I'll take mine. I'll take mine from my side. 10 minutes mark. It's not enough for Nova to use this Vanguard. They need more. They need that Shadow Vanguard. Here it comes, the strongest Shadow Vanguards. And they try to aim it at all those side-link towers. Because as we mentioned about RTZ's mage, it's not easy for Nova to take down that mid-link tower. So first thing first, they need to take all those outer towers from the side lanes, and then block all those enemies away, try to threat them, and try to draw a battle line behind the first tower. Here it comes. They release the strongest one at the bottom. Alta's spot where Luna is, but there's nothing he can do. Break an ultimate, but here comes Limpo and Zhang Fei. Double ultimate, try to threat them away. And now is the time for them to go for that mid lane tower. But we can see he is playing in a really smart way. Like Lam know that the reason why Nova is aiming at the outer tower at the bottom is only because they're trying to take down that mid lane tower. So instead of trying to do the backup, Lime just clean up all those minion waves in the mid. And that gives RTZ more time. It just gained them more time. Nova is really in a hurry right now. The composition that they selected need them to hurry. Oh, that was so close! The second ability! Wait, but granted by this boss, Luba just being overstopped. You see, like that was really close. Like the second ability, that small bomb that Luba number 7 has. That was so close. If that Dark Tyrant has been reclaimed by Luba number 7, everything's gonna change. Everything's gonna change. Wow, that was so close. It's quite risky. But still, Nova having this Shadow Tyrant, they can just pushing forward. And again, Luna is really rich right now. Luna already taken away all those buffs from RTZ 7 times in a row. But still not enough. The point is how Nova's gonna take down all those high ground towers. They need to hurry up. They really need to hurry up. Because since the time goes on and when the goal difference wouldn't be that significant, they will be weaker and weaker. So here we go. Otto, really nice initiation, but here comes Luna. He jumped in, but he was being frozen by this Dream, but that's not enough. They tried to get on something to this Luba number 7. Luba number 7 has been taken down too. So RTZ, only 3 members just been left. This would be a 1 versus 2. And end up with a 2-2-0. Wow, Lum, here it comes. Triple kill, another one. Quadra kill. Will it make it to a penta? Will it make it penta? That would be something to expect. He know that this is gonna be his chance to get this penta kill, but there's a gap between it. But still, it was like a penta kill. Though it was a quadra kill, but we know that actually that was a penta kill. It's only because of the love. I would say RTZ. I really want to put love on the spotlight because if it's not because of Lime, RTZ wouldn't survive. They wouldn't keep on. Wow, Lime. You see, like, it's not only about this quadra kill or this, you know, hashtag pentakill. It's more like the several rounds that Lam clean up the mid lane or Lam trying to take down that Mongya. He just break Nova's pushing strategy, the pushing pace. So that helped RTZ to gain chances again and again, gain times again and again, help them to be at this point.
Overlord has been defeated.
Again, Nova really need to rethink about their strategy. Instead of protecting this Mongya, actually Nova, they need to highlight their mage Nuwa right now. Because Nuwa's ultimate would be insane in the late game. But clearly RTZ know that. So Luba number 7 has already got his succubus cloak. Well, everyone just saying me that Luna is not optimistic to Nova. Revive again, but here comes Lam comes in. Luna, by using this destiny, he survived from this team fight. This was a 0-1 trade. Well, Nova keep pushing forward. There's gonna be a really great chance if they are not able to take all of those high ground towers. Actually, you know, at the Tempest Dragon, at the 20 minutes mark, everything will be even up. And we can see Luban number 7 know that the only one that he needs to be afraid of is this new one, so he makes his 6-foot close, tell him to gain more armor, more magical defense. 6,000 gold lead goes to Nova, but it's the problem is not about the gold difference. The problem is that they can't get access to this Luban number 7, and at the same time, they were so worried about this lamb. They were so worried about this lamb coming up from the rear. Once lamb came in, Mengya and also Nuwa is gonna be really vulnerable. So the strategy would be, first, they need to find where lamb is. They can't just play fiercely, you know, without any hesitation, everyone just dash in. That will only give RTZ more chance to let Lamb to get in and do all those ganks. Instead, first thing first, Nova need to spot where Lamb is. Once they find out this Lamb, utilizing those minion waves to pushing forward. Or they're gonna vie for the Tempest Dragon. Wow, I would say if everyone trying to vie for this Tempest Dragon, the battlefield has been reclaimed and has been cleaned up. Everything just be even up. After 30 seconds, that's gonna be the ultimate battle. So you can see the lightning thing surrounding on the Tempest Dragon camp, which indict that the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn at the top side of the map. So both teams are trying to clean up all those minion waves at the bottom, which is gonna be the opposite side against Tempest Dragon. Everything has been even up. Who's gonna be the first one to initiate? Bad news to RTZ, Luban number 7 is out of mana. That's gonna be something. Wow! Luna's Splendor has been forced out for no reason. Actually, that was why. I would say like Luna, maybe he's a little bit nervous because he just wastes that Splendor for no reason. They're trying to squish in, everyone just trying to target in at this Luban number 7, everyone just gathering together and ultimate in, but with this Luban, play that small chain, Luban number 7 just escaped from this surrounding. And now it's time for RTZ to fight back, because Zhangfei do not have his ultimate. Lime still hiding his vision. There's gonna be the time for RTZ to fight back. Here's the solo fight. Who's gonna win from the solo fight? Oh, nice one! Luna just dodged the ultimate from Lime, and this ultimate from Lianpo has break in. 3 people has been knocked out, and everyone were aiming at this Luban number 7. Luban 7 will revive again and change for their destiny. Destiny has been broken. Luban number 7 has taken down. Luban number 7 was absent from the battlefield, and there's a solo kill. Another ultimate. Doji has been taken down. Nova, even though they don't even need that Tempest Dragon, there's minion waves in the mid. They just aced RTZ. That was a solo kill and impact on that big team fight. Minion waves in the crystal. Nova taking it down. Nova for this best of 5 for our finals of in winner group. they end up the game with a clean 3-0. That was beyond our expectation, because we were saying like Nova play against RTZ, it will end up with 3-2 or 2-3, but Nova, far beyond our expectation, they win it by 3-0. Congratulations to Nova, because after this 3-0 win, they can advance to our grand final of our 2022 Honor of Kings Asian Weight event, the great final. Here they go. And our grand final will be held on 3rd of June. That's gonna be the day after tomorrow. And they're gonna face the winner from RTZ play against Impunity. Nice job. Great job be done. For Nova Esports, wow. They are more like they have their momentum. We know that the first team who beat Nova was RTZ, and it was a clean 2-0. But Nova, they just revived back from RTZ, got several wins in a row, and they made it up to the 2nd place of our ranking. They got 13 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses in the regular season. And in our finals of winners group, they take their revenge on RTZ. They take it and they make it. They did their homework, they do a lot of research on RTZ, and they do their revenge. The first time Nova failed play against RTZ. The second time when Nova plays RTZ, they make it to a tie. And now, see? The third time when Nova play against RTZ, they make it 3-0. Wow. They are really making progress. They are really making significant progress. Congratulations to Nova Esports again. They are quite impressive, and they left their name in our KAW event. And for RTZ, it was quite a pity for RTZ, because we all know that RTZ was the first place in our rankings among 10 teams, and RTZ, they showed us their dominance, their aggressions in the regular season. But the point is, it seems like they're a little bit lost right now. They are a little bit lost right now since our tournament just going through, and since their journey is just going through. It's more like RTZ, they do not know that how they're gonna execute their strategy. The player is great, the mechanics are quite great, but the point is, once they fall behind before the 10 minutes mark, they do not have significant goal lead, they do not have insane damage dealt, they don't know how to turn it back, they don't know how to turn it around. I know, like the jungler from RTZ, I still want to put him on the spotlight. He was doing really good, but not enough. Since Nova's jungler, we can see this time this MVP, this Luna, are doing great. It is because of this Luna that doing great on that solo fight, those melee fight against Lime, and also like the last big team fight. The last big team fight, it was because of Luna, his small dodge. He dodged the ultimate. Let's watch it from the highlight again. Like those solo fight, right? The solo fight, Luna did really great job and helped Nova to gain the priority, gain the control in the early game. And this time, he used his smite to secure that Dark Terror, because that was so close. The Luba number 7 second ability. And the last team fight. You can see the small dodge, the small pause Luna have to dodge Lime's ultimate. So Lime was empty of all of those damage, all of those skills. and Nova's other allies just come up on time and did that control ability on this Lime. And when Lime was absent from the ground, and other rest of the members just slowly taken down by Nova one by one. That was so great. And the game was end up with 3-0, which is far beyond our expectations. And I'm wondering, will Impunity or RTZ be strong enough to handle Nova? Are they strong enough to take their own revenge on Nova? Because both teams has been defeated by Nova before, and we can see how great progress that Nova has made in our events. Every time that Nova show up will show us another great performance. And now we're going through a small interview with RTZ's member. Let's see what kind of words that they're gonna give to us. Let's see who's gonna be with us from RTZ side. Okay, we have Fries and Xinhan with us for doing this interview. Welcome these two players, and please introduce yourself to our audience first. Hello， 先来和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 RTG 的教练星涵。
Hello， 我是 RTG 的中路选手 Fries 薯条。
So it's really glad to see you guys. And the first question is, it's not easy to face the coaches face to face. So the first question was, what kind of strategy that you made for RTZ, and what kind of strategy that you set especially for your rivals today. 那第一个问题就是，其实我们见到教练是蛮不容易的一般都不太能够和教练有这样的机会聊天。那想问一下，就是你在带到 RTZ 这支队伍的时候，你对于这支队伍的定义是什么？然后你是怎么样给他们制定战术的？包括今天在对到 Nova 的时候，你们是有没有做什么样的准备呢？
我觉得他们只要有努力打好每一局就好了。
那今天在对到 Nova 的时候，有在战术上面会去做什么准备吗？
有针对对面的辅助跟打野吧。
Okay. So the strategy that their coach set for RTZ is that he want his players to have enough room to showcase and know that they're trustworthy. He just want them to play for their best performance. And for today's matchup, when they play against Nova, he tried to aim it at their junglers and marksmen, but it seems like didn't have a significant work. So the next question would be like, for this event, you still have got another life that you're gonna play against Impunity. Are you confident enough to play against Impunity, and what kind of preparation you're gonna do? 那有一个好消息就是对于 RTZ 来说，就是大家是在胜者组嘛，所以还会有一个复活甲在。那接下来的话呢，就会去对战到 Impunity 了。像这个 Fries 然后包括星涵，你们两位就是对于对战到 Impunity 有没有什么想法，以及有什么样的准备吗？
觉得打 MP 应该会再打回上去总决赛吧。
那 Fries 呢？
我们还是非常有信心能进总决赛的。
Okay. So, they're quite confident to play against with Impunity. They have 100% confidence that they're gonna have the last ticket to meet Nova again at the finals. Okay, so the last question would be, during the whole journey in our KAW, what kind of thing that you learned and what kind of progress that you made, since you are just being so dominating in the regular season? 那我们有一个最后的问题就是想问一下两位，因为其实 RTZ 呢是积分第一，然后在常规赛其实表现是极其亮眼的。那你们在整个常规赛当中有获得什么吗？就作为一个这么强的队伍，你们有收获什么样的东西吗？
有学到多沟通是很重要然后经验也是很重要。
那 Fry 呢？ 你有学到什么吗？
就是可能每个人的意见都会不一样，我们可以就是听取他，就是每个人不一样的意见，再做出一个最好的选择。
啊，对，很重要，这个团队沟通。So the best thing that they learned from our event is that the communication matters a lot because every individual players have their own thoughts during the battles. So who's the one to be the shot caller and how tight the coordination, the communication would be matters a lot if they wants to win the game. So that really matters a lot. And thank you guys to be with us for our event and really looking forward to your future play. 那感谢你们接受我们的采访，然后也是希望你们在接下来的比赛里面可以加油，谢谢。
好的，好的，
谢谢。
Well, we can see from the interview, RTZ, they're still being so confident for the next matchup when they're gonna play against Impunity. They said like, okay, we're gonna first win against Impunity and then we'll make it to the final again. And maybe they're gonna take revenge on Nova again. And we're really looking forward to tomorrow's game, right? Because they're only gonna... They don't have actually much time left for them to do the preparation. Only one day left. So I'm really looking forward. RTZ and also Impunity. Who's gonna be the one to win and who's gonna be the one to face against Nova in our grand finals? And also another thing that RTZ brought up that I really like, the idea that teamwork, you know, because we know that RTZ, they are quite dominating in our regular season. They got the first place. So what they learned from the journey is that communication means a lot. It's true because, you know, from our early stage in our regular season, we would see more showcases done by single hero or single players. It's more like they are confident enough with their own mechanics, so they know that they can game themselves a winning lane. You know, each lane would be a winning lane. So actually, they just didn't pay much attention on their communications, so they are not doing that great during the team fight, and that's something that they learned, and also something not only for RTZ, I would say for all of those teams. You know, teamwork also should be always should be prioritized than individual mechanics, because this is a MOBA game. You know that MOBA game, we do it 5 versus 5. So if you have the same level of playing, then the communication would help you to gain the priority. Alright, so the last interview we're gonna have one member from Nova, and let's see what kind of words that they got. I know that they definitely would be really excited since they already got the ticket to the grand final. Let's just see who's gonna be with us from Nova side. Okay, we have Reno with us. Hello, 现在和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Nova 的教练 Rainer。
Wow, it's not easy to face a coach, but we got like this chance twice in a row. So the first question would be like, actually the beginning for Nova in our KAW's journey isn't that good because you lost the first game. But after that, you just, you know, really quick to adjust yourself, and what kind of thing that you brought to your team and help your team to gain so many wins in a row. 那我们知道其实 Nova 的话，在我们 KAW 的开赛其实没有那么顺利嘛，当时其实是输给了，应该也是输给了 RTZ 的。那后面很快你们就有就是完成这种连胜啊，好几连胜。那你作为教练，当时是做到了什么样的一个角色呢？以及你对于 Nova 的一个调整是什么样子的呢？
其实我们在战术上或是一些默契上，其实都是要花很多时间去调试。然后因为新选手加入的话，那些风格啊、打法那些都是要做，就是一些讨论。那后续的话，就是在中间连胜之后的后面的话，心态有点没有保持好，但是后面有把心态再拉回来，然后再多加团练的话，现在基本上就好很多了。
Okay, so there's two adjustments that Rainer did for his team. The first thing was that at the beginning of their journey, because of there's so many new players be joined in Nova, so they need time to adjust their playing style to form their own strategy and their own composition. And the second adjustment that they did is that when they got those like several wins in a row, actually the mentality, seems a little bit different because they're maybe a little bit overconfident. So the second adjustment that Rina did is that let them to calm down and let them to face another team to in a like a more calm way. Okay, so the next question would be like, now you already got the ticket going into the final. So first, like the prediction that you can make a little bit, like who's gonna win the next ticket, and also like what kind of preparation you're gonna do for your finals. 那第二个问题想问到教练就是，其实现在 Nova 已经是来到了总决赛了嘛，对吧？拿到了总决赛的第一张门票。那首先有个问题想问一下教练，就是你能不能做一下小预测，接下来 Impunity 和这个 RTZ 你觉得谁会是在总决赛碰到你们以及在总决赛的话，你们应该会去做哪一些的准备呢？
OK， 其实我们是觉得两队都蛮强，就是都是强队，所以我觉得应该会打满，然后看当天谁状态好，然后谁上来。然后如果在最后的比赛的话，我们就尽量去看一下他们下一把，就是下一场他们两个打完之后他们的战术是什么，然后我们再做调整跟克制他们，这样就行了。
好的，好的。Okay, so coach said because both Impunity and RTZ they're quite strong teams, so he didn't know that who's gonna be the winner, but he's confident. He's sure that it's gonna be a 3-2 or a 2-0 or 2-3. So the preparation that they're gonna do for their final would be they're gonna wait and see who's gonna be the winner, and they're gonna watch their strategy, their tactics, and try to do the counter attack. Okay, so the last question would be like, through all of those journeys, is there any words that you want to say to your members before the finals? 那最后一个问题，其实想问一下，作为教练在经历了这一整个赛季，来到总决赛了以后，最后有没有什么想对你队员比赛前说的一些话？
就非常感谢他们都很努力，然后也团结在一起。因为团队在一起的话，是真的是需要大家一起共同讨论跟努力，所以还是希望他们保持心态，然后大家一起加油。我们一定会拿下最好的成绩。
好的，好的。So he want to give some words to his players that first, thanks to them all that they are just paying so many efforts during the journey, and also it's all because of the teamwork that helped Nova to advance into the finals. So the coach really hope that they're gonna keep a really stable mentality, and he know that Nova's gonna have the championship. Okay, we are really looking forward to your future play. Looking forward to your finals. Hope you guys can do a really great preparation. 感谢你接受我们的采访，特别期待你在总决赛的一个发挥了。谢谢教练。
谢谢。
We can see like there's some key words, mentioned both by RTZ and also Nova. That would be the teamwork, because that's true. Since the players are at the same playing level, they have the same mechanics. You can't just rely on one single individual player to, carry the whole team. That's gonna be impossible. That's gonna be somehow like unrealistic. So when it advanced to the late stage of our event, it's more like about teamwork. How you're gonna communicate with your how you're gonna communicate with your members, and how you're gonna hold that tight coordinations. Those synergies matters a lot, and that somehow requires those members to be really trustworthy, and also it's not only about the communication when you're playing a game. It's more about how you're gonna making friends, how you're gonna get along with your allies, your team members in your life, in your daily life, because we know that those clubs, those members, they live in the same room, they live in the same dorm, right? They have dinners together, they have 3 meals per day together, and the way that how they're gonna get along with each other really matters a lot. And that also gonna be something to do with their coach. Coach for a team is not only to set some strategies for their players, but also he's gonna play more like a parent, more like a parent. He's gonna deal with all those daily problems and help them to bond, help his players to bond together and create a really tight and a really nice, family-liking atmosphere. So, there's so many different things to make a team to get into the finals. I do hope that both teams can have a really bright future. And there's no doubt that Nova's gonna wait and see that who's gonna be the winner of the final of losers group, and that's gonna be RTZ play against Impunity. And also I'm sure that Impunity is also watching this game. They definitely gonna be there and watching this game because they know that they're gonna play with the loser from this matchup. And since they saw that Nova's just play in such a dominant way, definitely they need to be careful, because if Impunity win against RTZ, they're gonna face Nova, but they don't have there's no time left for Impunity to play against Nova. And the same if RTZ win the game, they are gonna face Nova again in the grand final, but the grand final will be held the day after tomorrow. But RTZ and Impunity gonna play tomorrow, so they have no time left for them to do those strategies. That's gonna be a huge task for both Impunity and also Nova. Impunity, but also RTZ. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that, because both teams are quite strong, and that's why that the coach from Nova said he don't know that who's gonna be the winner of the losers group, but he will just be there and watching the whole game and to analyze a little bit about their strategies and try to set some specific strategies to aiming at some heroes. And also, time really flies. For you guys always keep watching our KAW events, would know that actually our event began at 27th at April, right? We are doing double round robin in our regular season, but time really flies, and we saw so many teams that make progress, and they learned a lot, and also like the whole level, the whole playing style has been improved during our regular season. And also we are now in the playoffs. The schedule is quite short. We only got 4 days, and the grand final will be held on the day after tomorrow. So everything just happened in a blink. Everything just happened in a second. But still, I'm really happy to see like those players and also those teams enjoying our game. Alright, so this is gonna be the result for today. For our match 1, which is the losers group, Impunity win against RCG with 3-1 and helping Impunity to advance to the final of our losers group. And for our second match, Nova win it 3-0, such a clean win, and Nova got the first tickets advancing to our finals. So tomorrow it's gonna be Impunity play against RTZ. And for our MVP ranking, again, Marksman from Impunity side up, still holding the first place of the rank. And since like Scars has already been eliminated, so Autumn's MVP times won't be changed a lot, and that's gonna be like 10x, and also Xiao X Lin they are gonna vie for the second place, I would say. So that's gonna be the MVP rank, and we know that Op, he showed his own mechanics, and he definitely would be aiming. He definitely would be targeting both on the battlefield, but also on the ban pick phase. And tomorrow it's gonna be RTZ play against Impunity. Whoever wins the game is going to face Nova at the grand final, and our grand final will be held at the day after tomorrow. So tomorrow's game, it's still gonna be best of 5, but that's gonna be final of our losers group. That's gonna be really interesting and really fierce. Both teams are really competitive. Both teams, they have shown us that they are quite strong and powerful in our event, but only one team's gonna survive. That's esport. That's competition. Impunity versus RTZ. Hope you guys gonna be with us tomorrow, and I assure you guys tomorrow gonna be really, really good. I'm your caster for today. I'm Nora, and see you guys tomorrow.